Okay, good morning. Welcome everybody to the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. Sorry for the delay getting started as we got all of the electronic devices up and running. My name's Louis Lucchini. I represent most of Hancock County in the state Senate. I'm here with Co-Chairman Schneck, and today we'll preside over a number of items that we have on our agenda, beginning with confirmation hearings, followed by public hearing and work sessions. Before we get started on the committee's work, we'll begin with committee introductions, and I can just call on the person and they can introduce themselves. So House Chairman Schneck, to start.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm John Schneck, representing HD 126 in Central Bangor. Good morning. Thank you.
Representative Strom.
Good morning. I'm Representative Scott Strom from House District 106, which is Clinton, Detroit, and Pittsfield.
Good morning. I'm Craig Hickman. I represent District 81, Winthrop, Reedfield, and a part of North Monmouth.
Senator Searway.
Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Searway, and I represent Senate District 16, which covers Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Good morning. I'm Jay McCrate, representing Harpswell, West Bath, and part of Brunswick in the House.
Morning, I'm Kevin O'Connell, representing District 128, City of Brewer.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Kent Ackley, son of Monmouth, adopted son of the towns of Litchfield and Wales.
Good morning. I'm Janice Cooper, representing Yarmouth, Chesapeake Island, and Long Island District 47 in the House.
And I think I might have seen Representative Dolph, but I don't. Yeah, I don't see her now, but we also have her in attendance today, it looks like. Great. So before we get started, we'll just go through a few of the general rules for public hearings in the virtual world in which we now live. So this meeting will be streamed on a YouTube feed that's accessible to the public, and it is and it will remain on until the end of today's work, the YouTube feed, and people will be able to watch it on YouTube at any time. So anybody currently in the Zoom webinar, please mute yourself when you're not speaking. If your video or audio is on, even if the committee is not in active session or is in a break, the public can hear and see you. Special directions are for the members in this room, of course. We do have a quorum present, obviously, with this many members. If anybody wanted to go to a different room to get more distance, now's a good time to head out, and we can wait to get started. If any legislators have any, or if any technical questions from people participating, should be directed to the legislature's IT office, not to the committee clerk or analyst. And I should have introduced our committee clerk today. Karen Montel is with us, as well as our committee analyst, Janet Stocco. For committee members, if you need help, we can access IT. You can also use the chat function. That's for IT issues and is not for substantive discussions. You can also reach out to me or Representative Schneck if you're having any technical difficulties. Great. So with that, what we will do is move towards the confirmation hearing part of the agenda. And we will begin with the Gambling Control Board. And yeah, we'll just take just a minute to let people spread out before we get started.
Did you see your
And just a couple more technical details while every committee member is getting situated in their rooms. The way we're operating the Zoom webinar is that people will have signed up to speak in advance. If you need the link to testify at any time during today's proceedings, you can reach out to LIO, I believe, at 287-1692. Okay, so now we will get started as everybody's moved throughout the building, and we will begin with Gambling Control Board. And the nominee for this is Mr. sorry, no, wrong one. Mr. Stephen Silver of South Portland, sorry. Okay, so this is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Stephen J. Silver, Esquire, of South Portland for appointment to the Gambling Control Board. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. And in terms of voting for committee members, when it's time to vote, we'll take a brief pause so that everybody can enter the room and be in the room to be counted. Only those present in the room can be counted. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. So pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes House Chairman Schneck for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Stephen J. Silver, Esquire, of South Portland for appointment as a gambling control board, to the Gambling Control Board.
Great. A copy of the statutory requirements for this position is available for anyone upon request from the Legislative Information Office. So now the chair now recognizes Melissa O'Neill for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination. Welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Senator Lucchini and Representative Schneck and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill, and I'm the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet Mills. I'm here this morning on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of Stephen J. Silver of South Portland as a member of the Gambling Control Board. Maine's Gambling Control Board can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title 8, Chapter 31, Section 1002. The board consists of 5 members, each appointed by the governor. At least 4 of those board members must have training or experience in at least one of the following fields: corporate finance, economics, law, accounting, law enforcement, computer science, or the gambling industry. 1 appointed member must have experience in the harness racing commission industry. Stephen Silver of South Portland is being nominated today to seat number 2, which requires that the nominee be experienced in at least one of those following fields of corporate finance, economics, law, accounting, law enforcement, computer science, or the gambling industry. Attorney Silver received his undergraduate degree from Northwestern University and his JD from Temple University School of Law, and is a good standing member of the Maine Bar Association. He is a trained and certified civil litigation arbitrator. Attorney Silver's qualifications as a good standing member of the Maine Bar as well as the American Bar Association immediately qualify him for this appointment. But further, Attorney Silver is a member of the Sports Lawyer Association and teaches a course at the University of Maine School of Law and Sports Betting and Daly Fantasy Sports. I'm going to have to learn about that. His knowledge of sports betting and the gambling industry from those affiliations will lend a positive to this appointment and to this commission. On behalf of the governor, I would like to ask that you support this nomination this morning. I thank you for your time and would be happy to answer any questions that you may have regarding the nominee at this time.
Great, thank you for your statement. Is there any question from members of the committee at this point? And members who are meeting remotely can either wave at the screen or do the wave your hand function. So seeing none, thank you. We'll see you in a minute. Okay, the chair now recognizes Mr. Stephen J. Silver, Esquire, for the purpose of making a statement on the nomination. Welcome, Mr. Silver.
Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Schneck, and the distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. So my name is Steve Silver. I am a resident of South Portland and an attorney who, before COVID, had an office in Portland, but am now in my basement branch. I'm here today to discuss with you my nomination to the Gambling Control Board. And as Missy mentioned briefly, just wanted to introduce myself a little bit. I did obtain my undergraduate degree in journalism from Northwestern University. After a short stop in Nashville, where I was a reporter for the Tennessean, I became a sports reporter for the Las Vegas Sun. While in Las Vegas is where I really started to learn about the gaming industry, and I even covered it sometimes as part of my job with respect to sports betting. So I continued my education about the industry at Temple University School of Law, where I had a chance to study under a professor who was at one time a CEO of a large riverboat gaming company. So with his guidance, I authored a law review article on the regulation of internet sweepstakes cafes, which if you're not familiar with those, were essentially internet cafes unlawfully using video lottery terminals to masquerade as slot machines. That research led me to win the International Association of Gaming Advisors Shannon Bybee Award. And then the John Marshall Journal of Computer and Information Law published that piece, which several courts have cited to in opinions. So from that point forward, I continued to write a lot of scholarly and media articles about state and federal gaming laws. While practicing in Pennsylvania, I assisted tavern owners in applying for gaming licenses under a special law they have down there for tavern gaming, and advised clients in skins wagering and daily fantasy sports. Then after a number of summer trips to Bar Harbor, where I fell in love with Maine, my wife and I moved here in April of 2017, where I initially practiced in the litigation group of Pierce Atwood. In the summer of 2018, we bought our house in South Portland, and I certainly hope to never leave. So since moving to Maine, I tried to apply my background into gaming law, and I created a bridge course at the University of Maine School of Law, where I taught about both federal and Maine laws surrounding sweepstakes, nonprofit gaming, sports betting, and fantasy sports. I think this is the only class taught in Maine, and maybe we'll do it again if sports betting gets enacted one day in the future. So the bulk of my legal practice now is in the area of employment law and employee benefits and ERISA litigation with the law firm of Ogletree Deakins, which is new to the Maine. We opened that office in 2018. So I don't do much gaming law in practice anymore, but I have extensive legal and academic background in the area, and I think that would be an asset to the board. And briefly, while I was in Philadelphia, I did serve as an arbitrator for the Court of Common Pleas Compulsory Arbitration Center, and that handles all civil matters valued at $50,000 or less. And most recently, I've served on the Maine State Board of Property Tax Review, where I've chaired several hearings, and I have one later today, so I appreciate you getting me in this morning. My term has expired on that board, so I want to continue my service to the state, and I think doing so on the Gambling Control Board would be a great way to do that. And I think that experience on the property board and being an arbitrator certainly has given me a great background on serving as an impartial judge, weighing evidence and interpreting rules and adjudicating disputes that may arise. And lastly, just as a citizen of Maine, I have a vested interest in ensuring that all forms of gaming are done safely, fairly, and legally. So I feel like it's my duty with my background to put that to good use and serve the state on this board. So with all that said, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have for me.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Silver. And your experience certainly looks unique and qualified for this position. And I'm particularly interested on the sports gambling side of things. Can you speak at all about how you've seen just about the influx or the increase in sports laws from state to state, and how it seems like they're all kind of different and they're all kind of tailored to each state's need? Is that kind of what you've found?
Yeah, it's pretty incredible since the fall of PASPA, and when I was sitting down to try to create an outline, a syllabus for the course, and just in a few months' time, we went from Nevada, then New Jersey, and then the dominoes fell pretty rapidly. And each state's a little different. There are some common themes, but you have to take into account, geography, the size of the population, the size of the market, what universities are there that play Division I sports as to whether those may be wagered on, and professional teams. So the work that this committee did was pretty incredible. Putting forward those bills, which I think certainly do still serve as a model for other states who are looking to approach the issue.
Great. Well, thanks for that. I'm sure it's probably a topic that'll continue to come up, and we'll certainly lean on you for advice as we go. Representative Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to pick your brain about sports betting because you both helped in the regulatory scheme and studied it, as I understand. Do you see any special pitfalls as far as gambling addiction or other concerns that the public ought to recognize when it comes to sports betting?
Absolutely. I think that has to be part of the conversation. And these are policy decisions that are not up to me, but any conversation about expanding gambling should take that into account. I will say that, from what I've seen both around the country and around the world, having a legal regulated system is going to help those problems way more than allowing offshore sites and bookies to continue to operate in the way that they do. And I can tell you, they do in Maine. They're doing so right now. And it would be much better to have that regulated market where there are rules about self-exclusion, and you can monitor the wagers being bet to flag potential problems in a way that you can't with offshore sites and bookies.
Any other questions? Senator Searway and then Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's your thoughts on the difference between bricks and mortar and having a free market on the sports betting? You know, for having bricks and mortar where they can have more control from the state part compared to at least out of state.
Sure. So, you know, whether sports betting is tethered or untethered, which is the term that people use a lot, you know, again, that's a policy choice, and you know, I don't even know if that would come under the purview of this board, but I think the sense of one is more heavily regulated or controlled at the state level isn't necessarily true. You know, whether it's brick and mortar tethered or not, there has to be an online component. That is a given. We've seen it in other states, so you have to have a mobile component, or it's just going to fail. You look at Rhode Island, which just fell far short of projections because they didn't have online component, and up until I think a few weeks ago, they required in-person registration. I think brick and mortar is always going to succeed because of a sports book. When we can get back into casinos and be together, there's no experience quite like being in those books and having the wall of TVs and the opportunities. So I think there's great opportunities for that to thrive. And I think you can have a free market being tethered. You can have a free market being untethered, depending upon what the policy choices may be. But a mobile component is absolutely a must.
Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Silver. I'm fascinated with your experience and your testimony. I just wanted to ask you to Chair Lucchini's question about the differences among states. You mentioned that there's some common themes, and I wondered if you could just talk about the common themes a little bit. Thank you.
Sure. You know, I think there's been universal agreement on, you know, age restrictions for gambling, restrictions on the types of events, right? There's no wagering on Little League or high school sports or things of that nature. Most states don't permit wagering on events where the winners are already known, like, and again, some states do, but most like the Oscars, you know, or something like that. Also, registration requirements, you know, what is needed to open an account, whether it be online or in person. You know, what varies differently, I think there's agreement that there's a licensing fee and tax. Those numbers vary differently, but that's a common theme of that. You've got to apply and pay for a license. It will be taxed. In addition to there is a federal excise tax on these wagers. You know, you see a lot of commonality about not allowing wagering on the college or universities within the state when a game is being played in that state. So, you know, that seems to be pretty universal. Then we've seen kind of how that splinters with respect to fees, use of league data, and whether you're going to have multiple licenses per facility or just open it up to all mobile licenses.
Great. Any further questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, thank you, Mr. Silver, for your testimony. So the chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement with the Legislative Information Office prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement, A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. And we did receive from LIO in an email earlier this week some testimony in support of Mr. Silver. So those who wish to speak in person should observe the following. Once recognized, please state your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. Please remain unmuted after you complete your statement so that members of the committee may have an opportunity to ask questions. And so what we're using with the Zoom technology will be calling on people in alphabetical order by first name. It looks like right now we only have one in person, although we have testimony. But if you do need the link to testify, please call 287-1692. Once called, please state whether you are testifying in favor, against, or neither for each nomination. So now we will recognize Mr. Joe Morrow.
Yeah, thanks, Senator Lucchini and members of the committee. I'm here to testify in favor of Stephen Silver appointment to the Maine Gambling Control Board. I've known Steve for several years. I'm a resident of Portland. Sorry, I gotta get my residence there. I've known Steve for several years throughout my time in DC and now here in Maine. Steve has an extensive experience as a lawyer handling gambling and gaming law. He also, as Melissa and Steve mentioned, is an adjunct professor teaching a gambling course at the University of Maine School of Law. In addition to his work as an attorney, he's also published in both law review and media pieces on gambling and gaming law. And I know Steve will be a great addition to the board. He's involved in his community as well, and I fully support his nomination to the board. And I thank the entire committee for hearing my testimony today and for having me this morning.
Great, thank you, Mr. Morrow, for coming in and testifying remotely, I guess. Any questions for Mr. Morrow from the committee itself? Seeing none. Okay, all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We'll review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee, which should be in your packets. We'll vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs for Mr. Stephen J. Silver, Esquire of South Portland for appointment as a Gambling Control Board is closed. So in accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. So at this time, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Seeing no objection, we will take a short pause so that the people who are in other rooms can come down here to the appropriations room to cast their vote. So we'll just take a very quick minute to get everybody in the room to cast the vote. Okay, we've now all assembled in the committee room. So the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 129th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Stephen J. Silver, Esquire of South Portland for appointment to the Gambling Control Board be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 129th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Representative O'Connell. Representative O'Connell, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. Representative Cooper.
Aye.
Representative Cooper, aye. Representative Hannington. Representative Hannington, absent. Representative Hickman.
Yay.
Representative Hickman, yay. Representative Strom.
Yay.
Representative Strom, yay. Representative Schneck.
Yay.
Representative Schneck, yay. Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Herbig. Senator Herbig, absent. Senator Searway.
Yay.
Senator Searway, yay. Representative McCreight.
Yes.
Representative McCreight, yes. Representative Andrews. Representative Andrews, absent. Representative Ackley.
Yes.
Representative Ackley, yes.
Okay. 9 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 members in the negative. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs that the nomination of Mr. Stephen J. Silver, Esquire of South Portland, for nomination of the Gambling Control Board be confirmed. So congratulations, Mr. Silver, and thanks for being willing to serve on this board.
Thank you all.
Congrats. We'll certainly look to get advice from you as we move forward, so. Right. All right, so we'll move to the next confirmation hearing. This is Mr. Andrew Conant of Hancock. And so again, this is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Andrew Conant of Hancock for appointment to the Gambling Control Board. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the president of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of this nominee, the chair recognizes House Chairman Schneck for the purpose of making such a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Andrew Conant of Hancock for appointment as to the Gambling Control Board.
A copy of the statutory requirements for this position will be available upon request from the Legislative Information Office. Okay, so the chair now recognizes Melissa O'Neill for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Good morning again, Senator Lucchini, Representative Schneck, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet Mills. I'm here this morning on behalf of the Governor in support of her nomination of Andrew Conan of Hancock as a member of the Maine Gambling Control Board. Maine's Gambling Control Board can be found under Maine Revised Statutes under Title 8, Chapter 31, Section 1002. The board consists of 5 members, each appointed by the governor. At least 4 of those board members must have training or experience in at least one of the following fields: corporate finance, economics, law, accounting, law enforcement, computer science, or the gambling industry. 1 appointed member must have experience in the harness racing industry. Andrew Conan of Hancock is being nominated to seat number 3, which requires that the nominee be indeed experienced in at least one of those fields. Mr. Conan duly qualifies for this appointment under the fields of accounting and computer science. Mr. Conan is a certified public accountant and holds an MBA in accounting from Texas Christian University, as well as an MBA in data science from Harvard University Extension School. Mr. Conan also holds an MBA in supply chain science from Texas Christian University and an MBA in business administration from Liberty University. His BS is in biology from Pensacola Christian University. We are confident that Mr. Conan's education and work background will lend a positive to the Gambling Control Board and allow Mr. Conan to share his knowledge in several areas of the requirements of those seat assignments with his peers. On behalf of the governor, I would ask that you support this nomination of Andrew Conan of Hancock this morning, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of you may have.
Great, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committee at the moment? Okay, seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Okay, the chair now recognizes Mr. Andrew Conant for the purpose of making a statement concerning his nomination.
Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Schneck, members of the committee. My name is Andrew Conant. I'm a resident of Hancock, and I'm here with you today to discuss my nomination to the Gambling Control Board. I am a CPA, and after serving in the Coast Guard for 5 years, I received a master's in accounting from Texas Christian University, and then went on to work with Deloitte & Touche in external financial statements, and then transitioned away from that into writing white papers regarding regulatory matters on SEC and FASB guidance. So my desire is to use those skills, as well as the skills that I'm currently using in the data analytics field, to serve the board, to help understand the financials and the financial implications of regulating the gambling industry. I thank you for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you. Any questions from members of the committee at this time? So Mr. Conan, I saw that you're working at the Jackson Lab now, is that correct? And I've toured some of their data analytics and bioinformatics stuff, and it's amazing work that they do there. I'm sure that kind of translates into some of the financial monitoring that's necessary in the gambling control world.
Yes, I would like to correct one thing. I actually am, my master's degree with Harvard is in progress, so I actually don't hold that yet, but it is interesting how there's a lot that can be done to predict and help better serve our customers at the lab with data science. And then, thinking about all the transactions that take place with gambling, trying to apply some of those same techniques, I think would be interesting and helpful, hopefully, to the board.
Right, and kind of similar to the previous conversation we had, anything on mobile just leaves such a data trail that it's really pretty remarkable, wouldn't you say, what you can see and predict based on those type of things?
Yeah, so a lot of the app makers are doing these days is what they call federated learning, where they're actually using your device to do machine learning on your behaviors. And then once you get back onto Wi-Fi, they're uploading that data back to their central servers and then adjusting their platforms as needed. So the industry is very just by and large, I'm not speaking specifically for the gaming industry, but just the app industry is very advanced in this and is very aware of human behavior and how best to modulate their platforms to get people to use them more frequently.
Any questions from committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Conant.
Thank you.
Great. The chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement with the Legislative Information Office prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. Those who wish to speak in person, I don't think we have any signed up. It does not believe we have any signed up at the moment, so we can skip that portion. However, if people wish to testify, as we've announced a couple of times, you need the link to participate. Please call 287-1692. Once called, please state whether you are testifying in favor of the nomination, against the nomination, or neither. So seeing no public comment, and all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We'll review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. And we'll vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. So the hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs for Mr. Andrew Conant of Hancock for appointment to the Gambling Control Board is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. So at this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Seeing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 129th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Andrew Conant of Hancock for appointment to the Gambling Control Board be confirmed. So at this time, as is the practice, we'll just take a brief break, and any committee members who are participating remotely can come down to the appropriations room, and then once we get everybody present, we'll proceed to the vote. Okay, we've assembled all committee members in the committee room. So in accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 129th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Representative O'Connell.
Yay.
Representative O'Connell, yay. Representative Dolliff. Representative Dolliff, absent. Representative Cooper.
Yay.
Representative Cooper, yay. Representative Hannington. Representative Hannington, absent. Representative Hickman.
Yay.
Representative Hickman, yay. Representative Strom.
Yay.
Representative Strom, yay. Representative Schneck.
Yay.
Representative Schneck, yay. Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Herbig. Senator Herbig, absent. Senator Searway.
Yay.
Senator,
Put this on mic.
okay.
Yay.
Senator Searway, yay. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Andrews. Representative Andrews, absent. Representative Ackley.
Yes.
Representative Ackley, yes.
Thank you, Karen. 9 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs that the nomination of Mr. Andrew Conant of Hancock be appointed to the Gambling Control Board be confirmed. Congratulations. Thanks for your willingness to serve.
Thank you. I look forward to the opportunity.
Great, thanks.
Dr. Brown? There we go. Okay, let's get going. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs for the purposes of considering the nomination by the governor of Dr. Charmaine A. Brown, DVM of Monmouth, for appointment as a Gambling Control Board member. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Ackley for the purposes of making such a motion. Representative Ackley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs recommend the confirmation of Dr. Charmaine A. Brown, DVM of Monmouth, for appointment as a Gambling Control Board member.
The chair now recognizes Melissa O'Neill for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you very much, Representative Schneck. Senator Lucchini, Representative Schneck, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet Mills. I'm here this morning on behalf of the governor to speak in support of her nomination of Charmaine A. Brown, DVM of Monmouth, as a member of the Maine Gambling Control Board. Maine's Gambling Control Board can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title 8, Chapter 31, Section 1002. The board consists of 5 members, each appointed by the governor, At least 4 of those board members must have training or experience in one of the following fields: corporate finance, economics, law, accounting, law enforcement, computer science, or the gambling industry. 1 appointed member must have experience in the harness racing industry. Dr. Brown is being nominated today to fill seat 5, which requires that the nominee have experience in the harness racing industry. Dr. Brown has been a doctor of veterinary medicine for the last 35 years. During her career, she has worked closely with the industry and horsemen in the industry, often traveling across the state to work with racehorses in the treatment of various diseases and industries. Dr. Brown actually served on the Maine State Harness Racing Commission from 1994 to 2000. Dr. Brown is the sole proprietor of Anna Bessacook Veterinary Clinic in Monmouth. She holds her BA from Chadron College and her Doctor of Veterinary Medicine from Iowa State University. Dr. Brown's dedication to her profession and her understanding of the harness racing industry is what makes her an ideal candidate for this position. On behalf of Governor Mills, I would like to ask that you support the nomination of Dr. Brown this morning, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that any of you may have.
Thank you. The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions at this time. Seeing none, the chair now recognizes Dr. Charmaine A. Brown, DVM, for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Schneck, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Charmaine Brown. I'm better known as Dr. Charlie Brown. I'm a Monmouth resident. I've lived in the state for going on 35 years and have worked on the standardbred racehorse basically since day one. Initially, I worked traveling to the various tracks, both commercial and private, for health and lameness issues. In 1992, we built a full-service hospital. So we have many of the horses coming to that hospital, and I no longer travel the tracks like I used to. In 1998, I started a breeding farm where we breed the mares, foal them out, stand stallions, etc. I pretty much stopped traveling the track circuit and started just doing lameness exams and surgeries at the clinic, commensurate with my commitment to the Harness Racing Commission. And after that foray, basically, I then just became a second opinion vet and primarily concentrate on second opinion lamenesses and in-house hospitalization for surgeries and health issues. Because of my tenure in the industry, I find that I see all ages with regards to the horsemen that come through the door at our facility. And I therefore get to listen to many of the different opinions as to the condition of the racing industry and the concerns of the horsemen themselves. When I was approached about this appointment, I took time to reflect on my ability to represent the industry. And I feel that my availability to listen and convey the needs and concerns to the board qualifies me for this appointment. I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Thank you. The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions for the nominee. Representative McCray. Well done.
It's being fussy. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to comment that your statement about hearing from various points of view on the industry really resonates with me. And I think that does give richness to the service that you would like to do. So I thank you for that. Can you speak just a little bit about those differences? What are you hearing? Exact opposites? Are you hearing, how are people feeling about the industry?
Right now, scared. COVID has affected the horsemen greatly. We already have an industry where many of the horsemen are traveling far out of state to sustain their livelihoods. And the COVID really hit a lot of the horsemen because I don't think there was much leadership in place to help them understand how to take advantage of some of the federal funds that was available to other people.
Any other questions? Representative Cooper.
Thank you. Is there any evidence that COVID affects horses?
No.
Any other questions? Seeing none, the chair will now take comments from persons who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Anyone who has written a statement but does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement with the Legislative Information Office prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. Those who wish to speak should observe the following. Once recognized, please state your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. Please remain unmuted after you complete your statement so that members of the committee may have an opportunity to ask questions. Persons wishing to testify will be called in alphabetical order by first name. If you need the link to testify, please call 287-1692. Once called, please state whether you are testifying in favor of the nomination, against the nomination, or neither. Anyone? Seeing none, all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. Vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III, MRSA, Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days of the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs for Dr. Charmaine A. Brown, DVM of Monmouth, for appointment as Gambling Control Board is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes, may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. If there is no objection, the pending question before the committee, that is the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs, recommend to the Senate of the 129th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Dr. Charmaine A. Brown, DVM of Monmouth, for appointment as a Gambling Control Board member be confirmed. We'll wait for the members to get down to the room and we'll take the vote. In accordance with the law, here we go. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 129th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Representative O'Connell.
Yes.
Representative O'Connell, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. Representative Cooper.
Aye.
Representative Cooper, aye. Representative Hannington. Representative Hannington, absent. Representative Hickman.
Yay.
Representative Hickman, yay. Representative Strom.
Yay.
Representative Strom, yay. Representative Schneck.
Yay.
Representative Schneck, yay. Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Herbig. Senator Herbig, absent. Senator Searway.
Yay.
Senator Searway, yay. Representative McCright.
Yes.
Representative McCright, yes. Representative Andrews. Representative Andrews, absent. Representative Ackley.
The son of Monmouth votes, of course.
Is that a yay, Representative?
Yes.
Representative Ackley, yay.
9 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and no members in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs that the nomination of Dr. Charmaine A. Brown, DVM of Monmouth, for appointment as a Gambling Control Board member be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you. I look forward to this.
Okay, next up, we are going to move to the confirmation hearings for the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices. And actually, maybe I can just check in with Melissa on if David Hastings, I don't know if I see him on our list of speakers yet. Do you know if he was planning on coming in person? Or
I know
virtually?
he's planning on zooming in. I spoke
Okay.
with him yesterday.
Okay.
I see Dennis is on. I don't see Bill Schneider.
Okay, I see one Bill, so I think that could be him. So we'll start with Dennis and then Bill, and then we'll circle back to David.
Okay.
In a minute.
I did speak with David yesterday as well as his assistant,
Okay.
just to make sure there would be no technical difficulties. So as far as I know, he should be here.
Great, thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so we're going to start our confirmation hearings for the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices. So again, this is a public hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of Mr. Dennis Marble of Hamden for appointment to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices. Under the law and the joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendations to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes House Chairman Schneck for the purpose of making such a motion.
I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs recommend confirmation of Mr. Dennis Marble of Hamden for the appointment as a Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices member.
A copy of the statutory requirements for this position is available upon request by the Legislative Information Office. So the chair now recognizes Melissa O'Neill again for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Good morning again. Senator Lucchini, Representative Schneck, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for the Governor. I'm here this morning on behalf of the Governor to speak in support of the nomination of Dennis Marble of Hamden to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices. The Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title I, Chapter 25, Section 1002, and states that the membership shall consist of 5 appointed members. Dennis Marble, an independent of Hamden, is now completing his second 3-year term on the Hamden Town Council. Prior to serving on the council, Mr. Marble served as Executive Director of the Bangor Area Homeless Shelter for 20 years and also served as Chair of the Bangor Regional Chamber of Commerce's Community Council, Chair of the Area FEMA Board, and as a gubernatorially appointed member of the statewide Homelessness Council, in addition to having served on various other community boards. Mr. Marble received his master's degree in reading and counseling from the University of Maine and a bachelor's degree in English from Colby College. In his many years in community service, Mr. Marble has been recognized by his peers and has received the Bangor Region Leadership Institute's G. Clifton Eames Leadership Award and the Bangor Region Chamber's 2015 Arthur S. Comstock Award for community involvement and distinguished leadership. As required by the statute, Dennis Marble was selected by the governor from lists submitted by the Senate and House Democrat and Republican caucuses to replace independent Margaret Matheson, who left the commission more than 2 years ago. Normally, filling this vacancy requires a joint letter from the 4 caucus leaders of each party of the legislature, as outlined in statute. Because this seat had been vacant for longer than 60 days without a joint recommendation, the leaders of each party were asked by the governor for their individual recommendations earlier this year. It is for these reasons outlined above that I ask for your support this morning in the nomination of Dennis Marble of Hamden. I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. So the chair now recognizes Mr. Dennis Marble for the purpose of making a statement on the nomination. Welcome, sir.
Good morning and thank you. And before I forget, I wish to commend you all for your public service, especially during recent trying times. I will confess to you before I read the statement you already have that I'm a little post-adrenalized. I was ready for this about 5 minutes of 9, and I'm not technically proficient, so I'm a little jittery, but we'll get through this. Senator Lucchini, Representative Schneck, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Dennis Marble. I'm a resident of Hamden, and I offer the following statement regarding my nomination to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices. The initial phone call informing me of the nomination came as a complete surprise, and later on I did feel flattered. When I began to reflect, I realized that I was looking at potential work that seriously interested me. I have been a part of and care genuinely about good government. My parents made sure that I understood from an early age that it was important to find and work in groups of like-minded people connected by core values and mission. They started giving me opportunities with Cub Scouts and Boy Scouts. They made sure I appreciated nominations like that of school standard bearer and encouraged me to pursue music and membership in various bands and orchestras. They demonstrated to me clearly by their actions that our representative democratic government matters. They took me with them when I was a child as they voted, and they included me in discussions about politics at the kitchen table. Government, elections, and voting rights matter when they are fair and truly representative of the electorate. I cannot remember a time in my life when there seemed to be so much distrust of government from so many, or so many attacks on those selected to do our collective service, including dangerous attacks led by some of our leaders. This is a time when assurance must be clearly demonstrated that our processes are honest and transparent, and our elections fair and easily defended. I would consider an appointment to this commission as one of high responsibility and an opportunity to contribute to valuable and necessary work. And I pledge that if so appointed, I will do the best work I am capable of. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Any questions from members of the committee? Representative O'Connell. If you can hit it until the red light turns on. There we go.
Thank you very much. I don't know if I can think of a question to ask this, but I can explain that I've had the pleasure of being in several different meetings with Mr. Marble. And if you can recall E.F. Hutton commercials, what was stated that when they speak, everyone listens. I can tell you when Dennis speaks, everyone listens. And I would think everybody in this committee would agree with me that he'd be the best person, one of the best people for this committee. Thank you very much.
Thanks.
I think that was a question. I'm not.
Yeah, it's all right. We're used to it. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Marble, for your testimony.
Thank you.
So the chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but who does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement with the Legislative Information Office prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. Those who wish to testify in person should observe the following. We don't have anybody signed up at the moment. But if you do wish, you need to state your name and place of residence. Only comments concerning the suitability of this nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. And again, please remain unmuted after you complete your statement so that members of the committee may have an opportunity to ask questions. Persons wishing to testify will be called in alphabetical order by first name. If you need the link to testify, again, please call 287-1692. Once called, please state whether you are testifying in favor of the nomination, against the nomination, or neither. So we don't have anyone signed up on the Zoom webinar. So all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. Vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs for Mr. Dennis Marble of Hamden for appointment as a commissioner or appointment to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing unless all committee members who are present agree. So at this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Seeing no objection. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 129th Maine Legislature that the nomination of Mr. Dennis Marble of Hamden for appointment to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices be confirmed. So at this point, we'll take a short break while we get our members assembled in the committee room as well as our committee clerk. Okay, so we've got all of our members assembled. So in accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 129th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. The committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Representative O'Connell.
Absolutely, yes.
Representative O'Connell, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. Representative Cooper.
Aye.
Representative Cooper, aye. Representative Hannington. Representative Hannington, absent. Representative Hickman.
Yay.
Representative Hickman, yay. Representative Strom.
Yay.
Representative Strom, yay. Representative Schneck.
Yay.
Representative Schneck, yay. Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Herbig. Senator Herbig, absent. Senator Searway.
Yay.
Senator Searway, yay. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Andrews. Representative Andrews, absent. Representative Ackley.
Yes.
Representative Ackley, yes.
Great. Thank you, Karen. 9 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative. It is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs that the nomination of Mr. Dennis Marble of Hamden for appointment to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices be confirmed. Congratulations, Mr. Marble.
Thank you very much.
So as we work through these technical things, I'm just going to call on one person that's listed as Greg to speak, and just so if you're there, if you can say who you are and where you're testifying. Under Greg. Oops. Yeah, sure. So if Greg is there, it's listed under Greg.
Senator Lucchini?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Oh,
yeah, this is
yes.
Greg. I'm waiting for the next bill.
Okay, sorry. Sometimes people come in with different names. So this is Greg Dougal, right?
Correct.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry. Okay, as we move ahead, we're going to move next to the another confirmation hearing for the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices, and this will be the Honorable William Schneider of Durham. So again, to go through the procedures, this is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs for the purposes of considering the nomination by the Governor of the Honorable William Schneider of Durham for appointment as for appointment to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendation to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have an opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes House Chairman Schneck for the purposes of making such a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs recommend confirmation of the Honorable William J. Schneider of Durham for appointment to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices.
A copy of the statutory requirements for this position is available upon request from the Legislative Information Office. The chair now recognizes Melissa O'Neill for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Schneck, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for the Governor. I'm here this morning on behalf of the Governor to speak in support of the nomination of the Honorable William J. Schneider of Durham to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices. The Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title I, Chapter 25, Section 1002, and states that the membership shall consist of 5 members. The Commission, per statute, the Honorable William J. Schneider of Durham is being nominated to seat number 2, previously held by and recently vacated by a Republican, Bradford Tattershall, and comes to you today at the recommendation of the House Republicans and chosen by the Governor. Bill Schneider's qualifications for this position speak for themselves. An attorney for the last 30 years, Bill has served his state and country time and time again. He is no stranger to public service and brings a wide breadth of experience to this job. He holds an undergraduate degree in weapons system engineering and computer science from the United States Military Academy at West Point and his JD from the University of Maine School of Law. An Army veteran, Bill is also a 2-term member of the Maine House of Representatives, where in his 2nd term, he was elected by his peers to serve as the Assistant Minority Leader. He was appointed to serve on the Maine Board of Bar Overseers and served as Deputy Director and Acting Director of the Governor's Office of Policy and Management under the LePage administration. Bill served as Maine's Attorney General from 2010 to 2013, and in 2014 was appointed to serve Maine yet again as a district court judge. William Schneider's proven leadership and diverse knowledge of Maine's legal, legislative, and election practices will bring great experience with a wide-reaching comprehension of issues that will come before him while serving on the commission. For these reasons outlined above, it is why I ask that you support the nomination of the Honorable William J. Schneider of Durham to seat number 2 to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them at this time, and I thank you for listening.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, the chair will now recognize the Honorable William J. Schneider for the purpose of making a statement on the nomination. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Melissa. You're very kind. And good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Schneck, ranking members and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Bill Schneider. I'm from Durham, Maine, and I'm here to seek your support for my nomination to the Commission on governmental ethics and election practices. I suspect that you have my resume in front of you right now, so instead of reviewing that, I thought it might be most useful to the committee if I mention a few things that were important in my moral and ethical education and development. And first, of course, was my parents, Clayton and Phyllis Schneider. Unfortunately, they're no longer with us, but they had extremely high standards for honesty and just plain being a good person. And they enforced them. They made sure that my siblings and I grew up with an appreciation for being honest all the time, even when it hurts, and being just a good all-around person. They made sure that we went to church every Sunday. They had us enrolled in Sunday school, and we went to Sunday school every Sunday. And in fact, my mom and dad both taught in Sunday school. So we had a great foundation to build upon. Also, when I was a kid, I was in the Boy Scouts, and that was just a terrific experience for me. I was in the Boy Scouts from the time I was 11 until I was 18. I was an Eagle Scout, and everything in the Boy Scouts revolved around moral and ethical standards. In fact, I still remember the Scout law by heart. A Scout is trustworthy, loyal, helpful, friendly, courteous, kind, obedient, cheerful, thrifty, brave, clean, and reverent. And I live by those standards. It also taught a lot of leadership, which is important in moral and ethical strength. I had an awful lot of my first real opportunities to exercise leadership were in Boy Scouts, and I appreciate those greatly. At West Point, of course, there was lots of ethical training and instruction. There was actually formal instruction on ethics and morality. The motto of the military academy is duty, honor, and country. And all those three words in the immortal words of General MacArthur are what you should be, what you can be, and what you will be. We also had a very strict honor code at West Point. The cadets shall not lie, cheat, steal, nor tolerate those who do. And the honor code actually was self-enforcing in a lot of ways. If you committed an honor violation, you were required to report yourself. And people who committed honor violations often did report themselves. And you also, if you became aware of an honor violation of another, you were duty bound to report it. It was a very difficult standard, but you get used to it and you learn to live with it. For example, we had in our barracks rooms, we had a plaque that had all of your possible locations at any given time, and you had to adjust a marker on the plaque to show where you were at all times, so that somebody who came by your room could find you if they needed to. And if you said you were in class and you were actually down on an athletic field or something, that was an honor violation. So it was taken very, very seriously by both cadets and the administration at West Point. In the Army, there's a code of conduct, as I'm sure a lot of you know. It starts off with, I am an American fighting man, and it goes on to prescribe your duties in peacetime and in wartime. I was fortunate to be able to exercise a lot of leadership in the Army. And again, leadership in the military is not a lot of yelling and screaming, as you might think if you watch the movies. It's doing the right thing every single time so that your soldiers know they can trust you with their lives. It's doing the harder right and not the easier wrong. And when I was in Special Forces, we had a lot of opportunities to exercise moral and ethical leadership, particularly because I was a team leader in Special Forces. So I had a team of 12 highly talented soldiers, all of whom had different sets of expertise. And we would deploy around the world with minimal support and actually a lot of times minimal contact with our higher headquarters. So my soldiers and I had to make those moral and ethical calls on a day-to-day basis in order to accomplish our missions. And we got used to doing that. As an attorney, there's a very detailed code of professional responsibility. And attorneys are all tested on that, have to pass a test. It's part of the bar exam. And you live by that code and its prescriptions and restrictions. In addition, I was a prosecutor, and prosecutors, I believe, have special responsibility to act morally and ethically. I was appointed by the Maine Supreme Court to be on the Board of Overseers of the Bar, and I served for 6 years in that body. It's the body that supervises attorney discipline and attorney conduct and punishes violations of the Code of Professional Responsibility. And I learned an awful lot by being a part of that board. It was a very useful 6 years. I also served in the legislature and as Attorney General and as a judge. And as all of you know very well, ethical behavior is at the top of your mind the whole time you're in that kind of service. I have conducted campaigns and I've conducted legislative service. And so I know where you're coming from and the challenges that you face. Again, it's important to do the harder right and not the easier wrong. My last job was done in Virginia and at Guantanamo as a prosecutor of Al-Qaeda terrorists. I led the successful prosecution of the only Al-Qaeda terrorist to testify against another Al-Qaeda terrorist. And that was a rare privilege. It required the absolute strictest and highest moral and ethical standards in order to earn the trust of both the defendant and his attorneys. It's a situation where the defendants and the attorneys start out with a strong distrust of prosecutors. And you have, as a prosecutor, you have to overcome that in order to successfully bring a case to resolution. My last opportunity to develop my ethical compass has been as a parent. I have a daughter who's now 25, and to kind of lead along a child from the very start to her adulthood and help her to become a good person has been just the privilege of my life. And so I'd like to again request your support for this appointment to the commission. And if you have any questions, I'll be pleased to answer them.
Great, thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee at this time? Seeing none, I think Mr. Attorney General Schneider, your resume is excellent and speaks for itself. And from having served while you were AG, I have full confidence in that you'll be a good addition to the Ethics Commission. So thank you for being willing to do this.
Well, thank you very much.
No other questions. Okay, the chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you for stepping up to do this. I think that, you know, you're definitely well overqualified. I think that I appreciate what you've done for our country. I just want to thank you.
Well, thank you. It's been a privilege. I've enjoyed every second of my career.
Thank you.
Thanks. So the chair will take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against. We don't have any in the queue online to sign up, but anyone who has a written statement who does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement with the Legislative Information Office prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. To those who wish to speak in person, they should observe the following. Once recognized, please state your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order, and all other comments will be considered out of order. Please remain unmuted after you complete your statements so that members of the committee may have an opportunity to ask questions. And again, we don't have anybody listed at the moment, but persons wishing to testify, or if you wish to get a link to testify, please call 287-1692 once again. And please state whether you're testifying in favor of the nomination, against the nomination, or neither. So all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. We'll review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee. We'll vote on the nomination and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA Section 157 in the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs for the Honorable William J. Schneider of Durham for appointment to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices is now closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Seeing no objection, the pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 129th Maine Legislature that the nomination of the Honorable William J. Schneider of Durham for appointment to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices be confirmed. So as we've done, we're going to take just a short break to get all committee members who are participating remotely down to the committee room, and then we'll proceed to take the vote. All right, so we've assembled all the committee members. So in accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 129th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and the nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Representative O'Connell.
Yes.
Representative O'Connell, yes. Representative Dolliff. Representative Dolliff absent. Representative Cooper.
Yay.
Representative Cooper, yay. Representative Hannington. Representative Hannington absent. Representative Hickman.
Yay.
Representative Hickman, yay. Representative Strom.
Yay.
Representative Strom, yay. Representative Schneck.
Yay.
Representative Schneck, yay. Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Herbig. Senator Herbig absent. Senator Searway.
Yay.
Senator Searway, yay. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Andrews. Representative Andrews absent. Representative Ackley.
Yes.
Representative Ackley, yes.
Great, thank you, Karen. 9 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs that the nomination of the Honorable William J. Schneider of Durham for appointment to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices be confirmed. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I look forward to serving.
Great, thank you. Thanks for stepping up. Great, and so we are ready to move to the final confirmation hearing on the list, which is the Honorable David R. Hastings to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices.
We'll give the other members a second to get back into their rooms, and then we'll begin the next hearing. Confirmation hearing. Okay, we'll get going. This is a public hearing of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs for the purpose of considering the nomination by the governor of the Honorable David R. Hastings of Freiburg for appointment to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices. Under the law and joint rules of the legislature, this committee is required to hold this public hearing and to recommend confirmation or denial of the nominee by majority vote of the committee members present and voting. As chairs of the committee, we will then send written notice of the committee's recommendation to the President of the Senate. The committee will hear testimony from and have opportunity to question the governor or her representative, the nominee, and any other persons present who wish to speak for or against the nomination. Pursuant to Title III, Section 157 of the Maine Statutes, which requires that there be an affirmative motion to recommend confirmation of the nominee, the chair recognizes Representative Strom for the purposes of making such a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I make a motion that the Honorable David R. Hastings of Freiburg is nominated for the Commission on Government Ethics and Election Practices.
The copy of the statutory requirements for this position is available upon request from the Legislative Information Office. The chair now recognizes Melissa O'Neill for the purpose of making a statement concerning this nomination.
Good morning, Senator Lucchini, Representative Schneck, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Melissa O'Neill, and I am the Director of Boards and Commissions for Governor Janet Mills. I'm here today on behalf of the governor to speak in support of the nomination of the Honorable David R. Hastings of Freiburg to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices. The Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices can be found in Maine Revised Statutes under Title I, Chapter 25, Section 1002, and states that the membership will be 5 members. Per statute, David R. Hastings of Freiburg is being nominated to seat number 1, currently held by Republican Richard Nass of Acton. Attorney Hastings was recommended to the governor by the Senate Republicans. A lawyer for the past 44 years, Attorney Hastings is a graduate of Bowdoin College and Temple University School of Law and is a member of the Maine and New Hampshire bars. Attorney Hastings was a member of the Maine State Senate and served 4 terms from 2004 to 2012. While in the Maine Senate, he served on the Judiciary Committee and was Senate Chair in his last term. Additionally, throughout his Senate career, he served on the Joint Standing Committee on Tax, the Select Committee on Joint Rules, and as Chair of the Senate Conduct and Ethics Committee. He is a lifelong resident of Freiburg and is married to his wife, Carol. They have 4 children and 3 grandchildren. Attorney Hastings' lifelong commitment to public service and to the law lend positive for his nomination to this important commission. It is for these reasons that the governor chose him from the list and asked for your support this morning to the nomination to seat 1 to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices. I'd be happy to answer any questions on behalf of the governor that you might have this morning. Thank you.
Thank you. The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions at this time. Seeing none. The chair now recognizes the Honorable David R. Hastings for the purpose of making a statement concerning the nomination. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Senator Lucchini, Representative Schneck, and members of the Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. I hope you can hear me. I've apparently been observing this as under an alias for the last 2 hours, and I'm glad we're able to get my name straightened out. I also recognize that I am the 6th and final of your nominees this morning, and I will do my best to be concise. I am very pleased to be nominated to the Ethics Commission. I think the ethical conduct of our representatives, both in their practice while serving and in their campaign finance efforts, is very important, and it's important especially when we have our public fund, so much of our public funding involved in the campaigns. I did serve, as was mentioned, 4 terms in the Senate, and I I believe that really helped me be qualified for this position. I did conduct, as you all have, I conducted 4 campaigns, one of them privately funded, 3 of them publicly funded. I know the stresses and the hard work that goes into campaigns. I also know how important it is that we follow the rules, and that is what I think my role will be on the Ethics Commission, to make sure that those our candidates, our lobbyists follow the rules. My background was mentioned. I am a lifelong resident of Freiburg. I've been practicing law here in the family law firm for over 40 years. And I'm just a general country practitioner. I have been involved in many civic organizations. I've served on the local school board, 16 years as a trustee of Freiburg Academy. And my proudest achievement, I think, apparently, or probably right now, is having served 40 years on the management of Freiburg Fair, which is a wonderful organization here in Freiburg, which unfortunately has had to cancel its fair this year. I also want to point out, though, that although I am appointed by from a list provided by Republican leadership, I do not see this position as a partisan position. I believe that all of the commissioners should treat candidates of all political persuasion equally, and I trust and hope that I will, and it is my belief that this commission will. With that in mind, and with the hour, I will simply ask for your support for my nomination, and I'm willing to take any questions.
Thank you very much. The chair would ask if any member of the committee has questions for the nominee. Seeing none, the chair will now take comments from persons attending this hearing who wish to speak for or against this nomination. Anyone who has a written statement but does not wish to speak should have submitted the statement with the Legislative Information Office prior to today's hearing. All such statements shall contain the name and residence of the person who prepared the statement. A copy of each written statement presented to the committee at this hearing will be made available to the nominee prior to the committee's vote, and the nominee will have an opportunity to respond to the written comment. Those who wish to speak in person should observe the following. Once recognized, please state your name and place of residence prior to presenting your testimony. Only comments concerning the suitability of this particular nominee for this particular position will be considered in order. All other comments will be considered out of order. Please remain unmuted after you complete your statement so that members of the committee may have an opportunity to ask questions. Persons wishing to testify will be called in alphabetical order by first name. If you need the link to testify, please call 287-1692. Once called, please state whether you are testifying in favor of the nomination, against the nomination, or neither. Seeing none, all public comments having been taken, the committee will now proceed as follows. Review any additional written comments on the nomination that have been received by the committee, vote on the nomination, and notify the President of the Senate pursuant to Title III MRSA, Section 157, and the joint rules. The vote must be taken within 35 days from the date of the governor's written notice. The hearing by the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs for the Honorable David R. Hastings of Freiburg for appointment to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices is closed. In accordance with the law, the committee may not take the vote on this nomination sooner than 15 minutes after the close of the public hearing, unless all committee members who are present agree. At this time, therefore, the chair will inquire whether any member present objects to proceeding to take the vote immediately. Seeing none, if there's no objection, we'll wait for a minute and let those two members join us in this committee room. Okay. The pending question before the committee is that the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs recommend to the Senate of the 129th Maine Legislature that the nomination of the Honorable David R. Hastings of Freiburg for appointment to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices be confirmed. In accordance with 3 MRSA Chapter 6, Section 157, and with the joint rules of the 129th Legislature, the vote will be taken by the yeas and nays. A vote of yes will be in favor of recommending confirmation. A vote of no will be against the motion to recommend confirmation. Is the committee ready for the question? The committee clerk will call the roll.
Representative O'Connell.
Yes.
Representative O'Connell, yes. Representative Dolph. Representative Dolph, absent. Representative Cooper.
Aye.
Representative Cooper, aye. Representative Hannington. Representative Hannington, absent. Representative Hickman.
Yay.
Representative Hickman, yay. Representative Strom.
Yay.
Representative Strom, yay. Representative Schneck.
Yay.
Representative Schneck, yay. Senator Lucchini.
Yes.
Senator Lucchini, yes. Senator Herbig. Senator Herbig, absent. Senator Searway.
Yay.
Senator Searway, yay. Representative McCray.
Yes.
Representative McCray, yes. Representative Andrews. Representative Andrews, absent. Representative Ackley.
Yes.
Representative Ackley, yes.
9 members of the committee having voted in the affirmative and 0 in the negative, it is the vote of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs that the nomination of the Honorable David R. Hastings of Freiburg for appointment as a commission for appointment to the Commission on Governmental Ethics and Election Practices be confirmed.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Great. Well, thank you, Melissa, for all of those nominations. The committee will just take a the committee will take just a couple-minute recess as we get geared up to move on to the next part of our agenda, which will be a public hearing on LR 3333. So we'll just take a couple of minutes to get ready for that. All right. Okay, welcome back. Sorry for the delay. We were distributing some paperwork around to the various rooms that legislators are in. So having finished our confirmation hearings, we'll now move on to the public hearing portion of our day. So given that this hearing is being held via Zoom webinar, some special procedures are needed to facilitate testimony, just so that everybody's aware of how we're going to operate. So we've invited certain persons, including sponsors, to be available to testify. We'll be calling on those persons first. After they've testified, we will be calling from the list of attendees who have signed up to testify in advance. Those people should currently be signed up in this meeting as attendees, which we can see. And they'll be available to be called on. So first, when we get to that portion, we'll go down the list and read a few people out in a row. That way you'll be able to know that you're coming up next and can get ready to testify. So to all those who are testifying, when you're recognized, please be sure that you're logged into the Zoom meeting and not watching over the YouTube channel. That's sometimes a mistake. You can only participate through the Zoom attendee link you received, not through YouTube. When you're done testifying, members may ask you questions, so please stay available until members have had that opportunity. Once all questions have been asked, we will let you know. And please note that as long as you are on the Zoom screen, you will also be visible on the YouTube screen. So just a reminder to everybody that we are streaming this over YouTube so people can watch. To committee members, if you wish to ask a question of a person testifying, please raise your hand using the Zoom raise hand function, or also just wave your hand on the screen so that Representative Schneck and I can see you, and we will call on you to ask questions. So with that, we'll begin the public hearing, and I'll turn it over to Representative Schneck.
Okay, let's move on to the public hearing on LR 333. The hearing's now open, and we'll hear from the sponsor, Senator Lucchini.
Great, thank you, Chairman Schneck. Good morning, I guess, committee members, the members of the Veterans Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Louis Lucchini. I represent most of Hancock County in the Maine Senate, and I'm here today to present LD 2174, which is LR 3333, an act to extend the ability of restaurants and bars to serve alcohol to go. So as we all know, the global pandemic has caused turmoil both to the nation's health as well as the economy. Here in Maine, as we've all seen probably in our respective districts, it's hit the hospitality sector particularly hard. The hospitality industry and especially restaurants play an enormous role in my district and Hancock County's economy, as I'm sure it does in many other parts of the state. So after the shutdown was announced in March, restaurants had to act fast. They pivoted their business models towards takeout and delivery. And to offset the negative consequences caused by the pandemic, the administration here, in conjunction with DABLO, enabled new privileges for restaurants through executive order. Specifically, they allowed the takeout sale of beer, wine, and cocktails to go to accompany food orders. And over the last 4 months, we've been able to watch restaurants use this new ability. We've been able to watch them adapt to the challenges of the pandemic, whether it's the physical distancing requirements, decrease in tourism, or the hesitation by some to dine indoors. While the ability to serve alcohol to go hasn't solved every problem, it's helped many restaurants mitigate the financial hardships which have been caused by the pandemic. So this bill seeks to extend those takeout privileges through April of 2022. So in working with the hospitality industry, we chose the date April 2022 for a few reasons. First, it will ensure that restaurants can utilize this option during next year's tourist season. Losing one summer season is difficult enough, and having a full slate of options next summer will be critical. Secondly, this extension allows us to monitor the program's success or any problems that are present. And by ending in April of 2022, the legislature should still be in session and can adjust the law if needed. Finally, by establishing this privilege in statute, we'll provide restaurants the regulatory certainty that they need in planning their forward-looking business models amidst the backdrop of a global pandemic. So thank you for considering this legislation. I thank especially Greg Dougal at Hospitality Maine for bringing this idea forward as a way that we can continue to support our restaurant industry, who's having a tough time right now. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we want to bring it to 2022. Now, what happens if I understand you want to bring it till to spring to get to the summer? Now, if there's a vaccine and whatever, and the emergency is lifted, this is still going to continue no matter what? Is that my concern? Am I?
Sure. Yes.
What I understand.
Yep. So Senator, this will put the privilege, which now is through executive order, this will put it into statute, and it will stay there until April of 2022, regardless of if a vaccine is there or not.
Yeah.
If, for instance, in next year, the legislature obviously will be convened and we can't control what they do or don't do. So the legislature will be able to act in whatever way they want. If they wanted to end it or prolong it, they could do that, you know, in the coming year. But we chose the out year of 2022 to make sure that everybody could utilize this during next summer's big tourist season.
Now, just a follow-up question, just on as far as the legalities of having liquor in the vehicle, and what's the is there, when they go to take out and they put it in the vehicle, it's got to be still not an open container, correct?
Right. So under the current executive order, you have to, or under this bill, it will be in the product's original container. So it'd be like a bottle, and it would, you know, the same laws would apply for open container.
Right.
The one difference would be the cocktails to go, which under the Bablow administration's administering of the rules, it would be in a tamper evident container, so that if it were opened, it would be obvious to law enforcement. So the goal is to let people take the alcohol home and consume it at their house, and to do that safely. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Seeing none, are we just going to go down the list? All right, I'll read the list in order. First will be Andrew Hackman, followed by Greg Dougal, followed by Greg Minio, then Jay Hibbard, Larry Sanborn, and Ryan Fecto, and we'll recognize Andrew Hackman first. Welcome.
Hi there to the committee. I actually wanted to cede my time to Jay Hibbard, who'll be speaking on behalf of Discus. I appreciate working with Senator Lucchini on this legislation and Mr. Dougal, and I'll just cede my time because Mr. has our testimony for Discus.
Okay, then we'll move on to Greg Dougal next.
Which is Greg on the list. He doesn't have his last name, Nick.
Welcome.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm not sure why my photo isn't appearing, but I'm not going to spend a lot of time on that. Hold on just for a sec. Here we go. Keeps kicking me out. I'm not sure. Maybe I'm too old for technology. I'm not sure. Senator Lucchini, Representative Schneck, and distinguished members of the Veterans and Legal Affairs Committee. My name is Greg Dougal, and I'm on Zoom today to testify in favor of LR 3333, which would extend the ability of restaurants and bars to serve alcohol to go. From the day that the governor closed restaurants, but encouraged them to continue selling takeout with their favorite beverage, Hospitality Maine has been at the table and thankful and appreciative of the efforts by the governor's staff, DAFs, BABLO, all the acronyms, and now this committee to throw the restaurant industry a lifeline. I met with a restaurateur on York Beach around the Memorial Day holiday who told me that Cocktails to Go saved his restaurant. Before adding this component to his menu, he was sinking. Cocktails to Go increased his business by double and put him at 50% of his original sales, thereby allowing him to survive and operate through the summer season. Remember also that always there needs to be a food sale associated with an alcohol beverage sale. In a recent poll of Hospitality Maine members, 93 of 117 respondents said that they included beer and wine in the manufacturer's original package as part of their takeout menu, a whopping 80%. And over 50% of those who responded used the Cocktails to Go feature of this allowance. For this program to end abruptly as an executive order expires could be catastrophic, as regardless of the status of the virus, it'll be years before restaurateurs get back to the levels of business they once had. This bill provides for an orderly transition while taking that fact into account. Polling among the public has been conducted on this issue by the National Restaurant Association and other Northeast and Mid-Atlantic states, and the outcomes have been totally positive. In New York State, 86% of the public supported making alcohol beverages permanent with takeout, and half had made that purchase themselves prior to the survey. I would also be remiss not to mention that we would have liked to have seen draft beer and growlers as part of this bill, but do understand the reasons why it is not. Also, the date of April 15th, 2022, as Senator Lucchini so eloquently said, was selected to make sure that the legislature was in session when this expired. So if there was a problem that was ongoing, it could be addressed by the full body, and we support this wholeheartedly. Times will not get better anytime soon. As the weather starts to change, prospects for the restaurant industry look bleak. Gone will be outdoor seating, and if you're lucky, the 30 to 40% of restaurant seats will remain open for business, but there is no guarantee there either. As spring approaches and hopefully a vaccine as well, things may begin to open up, but it'll take time to circulate the vaccine to the masses. And this sort of addresses Senator Searway's comment, and many will still have trepidation to dine indoors at a restaurant. Beer and wine and Cocktails to Go may be the difference between success and failure. Please give us a fighting chance and vote LR 3333 out of this committee ought to pass. And I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Dougal. Any questions to the committee? Senator Searway.
No. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just one question. Have you gotten any reports on public safety? If there's been any change in drunk driving or anything like that?
Well, thank you, Senator Searway. I am not certainly the expert on this Zoom on that issue. I certainly would defer to the folks at BABLO. We did have a discussion early on about this, and their feeling was that things were going pretty well. I'm sure it's not 100%, it never is, but that, most of the people, 99% of them were adhering to the rules as they were put forth as far as licensees go. I do not have any knowledge on anything like increases in drunken driving or anything like that. Maybe they do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Representative McCray.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Microphone. Thank you for your testimony. I just wanted to ask you, should there be any problems, there are licensing procedures that could be brought to bear if someone isn't following the rules. Is that fair to say?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is no different than operating in regular times. Here are the rules. You stick by those rules, and if you don't, then the consequences will present themselves. And I'm sure, again, that Larry Sanborn, who has been involved in some of the issues that have occurred, can speak specifically to those, but they're not shy to take somebody, or at least take somebody to task, and then ultimately, if they're not adhering, take their license away. That's part of the game.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll move on to Director Minio. Yeah. Now is Larry Sanborn.
Can you hear me now? Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. My camera is not on, so you're evidently not seeing me, but that might be a good thing for you guys. Well, good morning. Good morning. Senator Lucchini, Representative Schneck, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Veterans and Legal Affairs. My name is Greg Minio. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Alcoholic Beverages and Lottery Operations. I am providing the following written testimony in support of LR 3333. With the initial executive order on March 18 of this year, the Bureau has issued a series of guidance memos to the trade and other interested parties, which clarified and supported the orders of the administration as it relates to the response to COVID-19 and the public health of the citizens of Maine. These memos that relate directly to this legislation began on March 18 and continued through May 4 and detailed the guidance for the licensee community. The Bureau was and is fully supportive of these efforts to bolster the business opportunities of the on-premise licensee during these difficult times, and understood that these measures would be a temporary provision while the licensee got back on its feet. Much of the impetus for these allowances for packaged alcohol products and cocktails for off-premise consumption was to provide another way to extend the licensee's business offerings while inside and or outside service was not available. So with that, the Bureau recommends the following technical changes to the bill. And I might add before I get into this that I have had discussions with Janet and Senator Lucchini on these, and they've addressed them, but it was recommended that I put them in our testimony, and I'm going to go ahead and take you through them one by one, and I can answer questions later on or during, whatever you prefer. First one is 1A, which is at the bottom of page 1 of the bill. We feel there's no need to use, quote, non-alcoholic, since many cocktails contain only liquor. For example, a Manhattan or a martini. Next, 1A1, also at the bottom of page 1. This should be cross-referenced to 28A, section 2, sub 26. It may be needed for, quote, immediate consumption prepared on the day of sale. These two sections of law should be consistent. Next, B1 and 2 at the top of page 2. We could eliminate 1 and 2 by requiring the container to be specifically manufactured for tamper-evident purposes by an outside company. This may remove the need for rulemaking, but that will be left to the committee, of course. The next technical recommendation is B3, the top of page 2. Along with the name of the licensee, the name of the cocktail, and a list of ingredients should be noted on the label. We understand this is a policy decision, again, for the committee to address and decide on. The next is E2, which is in the middle of page 2. We suggest you remove, and I quote, and operates a tasting room, end of quote. Tasting room is not defined in current law. Please reference 1355A, sub 2, paragraph E, F, and G for consistency. And the last one is 2E, which is the top of page 3. Transportation of liquor must comply with 29A, section 2112A. Is it any person or merely an employee of the licensed premises? That's our question. And we understand that this is a policy question as well. And by the way, that actually directly relates to the question that came from Senator Serway. We can certainly discuss that. And I'll continue. We'd also suggest the sunset date be changed to sometime during the spring of 2021, during the first session of the 130th legislature, providing the opportunity for review at an earlier intersection in time. This will have given the allowances currently in place enough time to provide information about enforcement concerns and adherence to the practices by the on-premise licensee community and its customers. Thank you for allowing me to testify before the committee today. I'm happy to respond to any questions, and of course, we'll be available for the work session.
Thank you, Director. Questions for Director Minio? Senator Serway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. How are you, Director?
I'm doing well, thank you. And actually,
Great.
I just realized I need to, there we go. I did that. That was me. So you are going to see me now. I apologize.
So this, the one that's been proposed says the 22, but this is going to be to 21, right? April of 21.
Well, that's our recommendation. Yeah, exactly.
Well, that's what I was kind of getting at. I was kind of wondering why. I think this would be a good change, because that way you could track, see how it's going, and make a decision from there.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So I appreciate you putting that in. I just
Yes,
wanted
sir.
to let you know that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator.
Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, we'll move on to Jay Hibbard.
Is that it?
Yep.
Good morning, Senator. Let me get this started. There we go. Well, good morning, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you today in favor of LR 3333. My name is Jay Hibbard, and I am the Vice President of Government Relations for the Distilled Spirits Council of the United States. I have submitted written testimony, so I will be very brief in my comments. As you have heard from Greg Dougal and others that you will hear from, thousands of Maine hospitality jobs have been lost during the past few months. Across the country, the National Restaurant Association has estimated that closures and capacity restrictions have caused a nearly 80% drop in restaurant sales. The temporary approval of cocktails to go has been a very important source of revenue for these struggling businesses, and continuing that policy for as long as possible will be just as important. Today, more than 30 states are allowing restaurants or bars to sell cocktails to go. Iowa has made the policy permanent in June. Michigan approved an extension until the end of 2025, and Colorado, New Jersey, Massachusetts, Delaware, and Kansas have all legislatively approved extensions of the cocktails to go privileges. Other states, including New York, Texas, Florida, Ohio, Oklahoma, and the District of Columbia, are considering making their policies permanent or adopting very long-term extensions. A Morning Consult poll released early this week indicated that only 1/3 of consumers will feel comfortable going out to eat in the next 6 months. So the future does not look bright for the hospitality industry. This lack of consumer comfort, along with restricted capacity measures, and as Greg Dougal mentioned, even weather, will be factors that will determine the future viability of these establishments. We appreciate the firm, fair, and flexible guidance that BABLO has provided, and we support the responsibility requirements of the bill, including the food requirement and all prohibitions on drinking while driving. It is clear cocktails to go are intended for home consumption. With all the measures that have been taken, we would urge an ought to pass for LR 3333 and hope that it will see swift action in the event that a special session is called for. We appreciate the chance to share our views and happy to take any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Hibbert. Any questions from members of the committee? Seeing none, that concludes the list of people that are going to testify. And at this point, we're going to close the hearing on LR 3333. Is there a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I make a motion that we move straight to work session.
We have a motion seconded by Representative McCrate. Let's move to any discussion. Senator Lucchini.
Thank you. Yeah. So we've got 7 present in the room now. So if we wanted to cast this vote, we could do it and then move directly into work session. I can't see the other members at the moment in either of their screens. So, oh, here we go. Okay. So there is a motion to go into work session directly, and
okay.
And for those, for those members who aren't in the room, we have enough to take the vote here if you're good with that, and then we can go to work session on the bill to save a trip down.
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Representative Hickman.
That sounds fine.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's move to a vote. All those in favor of moving directly into work session, raise your hand. Unanimous in the room. Senator Lucchini, take the con.
Great. And so the vote, just so the public knows that we had the members in the room. We had Representative McCrate, Senator Searway, Senator Lucchini, Representative Schneck, Representative Strom, Representative Cooper, and Representative O'Connell in the room. So. Great. So now we're going to move into the work session on LR 3333. For those who are listening as attendees, you may continue to listen, but the public testimony section is over, just so everybody knows. You may also be able to watch this on YouTube if you'd like. For those who have participated in the public hearing, we're going to leave you in here as panelists in the event that a member of the committee has any questions for you. So we'll just leave you right in the meeting, and we can call on you if a member requests your input. Materials have been distributed electronically and in paper to members of the committee. And again, when a vote on the bill is called, we will take the time to get everybody down here into the room. And with that, I think we can start the work session on this bill, and we'll turn it over to our analyst, Janet Stocco.
If you look in your materials, you should have a pink copy of the draft LR. That's the, excuse me, the draft that was posted online for members of the public to see. You should also have a copy paper clipped right to it of a different version of the exact same bill where I hand wrote LD 2174 on top. And just to explain to everyone what happened, Senator Lucchini drafted this bill. It was approved by the Legislative Council for introduction to this session, but it was unclear if it could be printed in time for this meeting. So he made the decision to post a copy of the draft online for the hearing, and the presiding officers gave permission to have a hearing on the draft. But in the meantime, the revisor's office and I went back and forth on the draft language to make it all edited and look appropriate for codification in the statutes in case you vote for it. And so that's what you'll see in the yellow copy. I do want to show people, if you don't mind my sharing my screen for a second, except that I've been disabled. I suppose I'm in trouble. If you are watching from home and you go to the VLA committee webpage, there's a link in the middle of the page that says committee materials. If you click on that under today's date, you will see a copy of LR 3333 as it was finally edited by the revisor's office. And so you can see the text of the LD
that it will look like once it's been printed. I keep checking the legislative webpage, and 2174 wasn't showing as late as 10 minutes ago. So eventually it will show up as LD 2174.
And Janet, I think we may have upgraded you to be able to share your screen, but I'm not
Wow,
sure.
I'm upgraded. That's
Okay,
exciting.
I think it's a
I think so
the
too.
new technology. Thank
So
you,
can
Nick.
you see
We
the
have a
committee
great
page
IT
now?
staff helping us out on the fly, so it's great.
Can
Yeah,
you
we
see
can
the committee's webpage now?
Yes, we can.
Okay, so this, if you're looking at it from home, this is the Maine Legislators website for the VLA committee. Committee related materials is right here in the middle of the screen. If you click on that, all of our reports this session are on top. But then for today's meeting, you can see the agenda. Right below it is the LR as it was distributed for public hearing purposes. And below that is after processing by the revisor's office. You'll see this funny cover page. This is the kind of page that tells us the title and sort of that it was the final draft that they sent to me before Senator Lucchini signed it. So when the LD is printed, this is what it's going to look like. These are the same pages, the line numberings, everything is how it will look once it's an LD. Well, it actually is an LD. It's 2174. It's just not printed yet. And it's already actually been referred to VLA, oddly enough. So if you look, I just want to show you a little bit that's changed from the draft you've seen at home. Here on page 1, lines 27 to 28, you will now see, I must admit, once again, as I do many times in this committee, that I do not drink a lot of alcohol and was not really familiar with all the different ways that cocktails were made. It never occurred to me that they were just liquor and didn't have anything else mixed in with them other than other liquors. Apparently, some people at the revisor's office have more experience with cocktails because they caught that problem. I'm not naming names. But if you see in the middle here, it says approved cocktail. Now the definition says means a beverage prepared by combining liquor with liquors or non-alcoholic liquid or liquids. I hope that this addresses the Bureau's concern, but if not, you can obviously discuss a better way to define approved cocktail. Then it has all the sub parts which require different rules for it to be an approved cocktail that can be served to go. The only other real change from the draft you've seen is this word up here, takeout. Parts of the bill said carry out, parts said takeout, and the revisor's office with their eagle eyes realized we shouldn't be inconsistent. So throughout the bill text and summary, it now all says takeout. Although up in the preamble where we're referring to what the governor's executive orders actually provided for, they said carry out, but I think the idea was that we thought the sponsor wanted the words take out instead, but if he wants it back to carry out and you all agree with him, we will change it right back. Other than that, it should be what you saw if you read through it before today. The other thing I wanted to address was Senator Searway's concern. This is the open container law in Title 29A of the Maine Revised Statutes. Under that law, it's a violation to operate a vehicle on a public way if the operator or a passenger in the passenger area of the vehicle either consumes alcohol or possesses an open alcoholic beverage container. The bill as drafted goes beyond that because it says down here in subsection 2, paragraph E, it says that if liquor is sold for off-premises consumption, it has to be delivered with the accompanying food order or to a customer on the premises or to a customer at a remote location. Delivery at a remote location must be made by a person who's at least 21 years of age, and if a motor vehicle is used, the liquor may not be transported within the passenger area of the motor vehicle. So under current motor vehicle laws, only an open container is prohibited within the passenger area. This bill goes farther and it prohibits any of these containers from being within the passenger area. So if it's malt liquor or wine, it has to be in the original manufacturer's container, which presumably would be unopened. But even then, it has to be not in the passenger area of the motor vehicle. And an approved cocktail or mixed drink, the way that the bill is drafted, has to be in a sealed, tamper-evident container. So again, that's not an open container, but the bill goes farther than current law and requires it not to be in the passenger area, even though it's not open. So hopefully that lets you know what the bill does. Obviously, you can change that at any point in time. I also wanted to point something out that I should have remembered when I spoke to Greg Minio earlier about his ideas for technical changes to the bill if you all wanted to move forward. And he was absolutely correct that the phrase tasting room is not used anywhere in Maine statute. 1355A is a section of law in the liquor laws governing Maine manufacturers. And you may remember this lovely bill, our favorite bill ever, LD 2131, which is the large bill going through Title 28A and making some different technical changes and slight revisions to make it more consistent. And you voted in favor of an amendment for that unanimously the last time you met. Unfortunately, in 1355A, the paragraphs that Bablo suggests you cross-reference have all been stricken out. So we can't put a direct cross-reference in to the subsection of 1355A that tells distilleries and small distilleries that they're allowed to serve samples, that they can actually sell samples of their spirits on the premises. And we wouldn't want to cite to the new language that talks about samples, because all of that you can see is underlined here is new. So it's not actually in the law in that location at this very moment. This does not mean that you shouldn't listen to Director Minio and get rid of the word tasting room, but we can do it in a different way that avoids having to cross-reference the statute so that we don't cross-reference something that's either about to disappear or has not yet been put into law. So that can totally be worked on. I just want to explain why I might not suggest the direct cross-reference, but if you want to get rid of the phrase tasting room, which I think is a wise idea, we can do that in sort of a different way by just referring to a distillery or a small distillery that either sells or provides complimentary samples, depending on what you want it to say, under its license under 1355A without specifically citing to a paragraph. Hopefully that made sense. And I think those were the only things I noted right off the top of the bat to talk about, other than, sorry, I just remembered because I had this tab open. Director Minio's testimony also talked about referring to this, which is part of the definition section of Title 28A. He mentioned that it should be clear in the bill that when an approved cocktail is made, it's a mixed drink for immediate consumption. He liked that phrase, immediate consumption, to be right there in the bill. Right now, what the bill says is that the approved cocktail has to be mixed on the same day as it is sold. It doesn't talk about immediate consumption. Originally, although immediate consumption was a phrase in the governor's orders, executive orders, and then the interpretive memos by the Bureau that were referenced in the Bureau's testimony, I didn't put in the phrase immediate consumption because it sounded a bit strange to me, because unlike in a bar currently where you are immediately consuming it right there, this might be driven to your house for you to consume later. I didn't know how that interacted. And so I leave that to you. It can absolutely be added back in. That was just my hesitation originally. It does not mean it's not legally correct to put it in. I just wanted to explain my initial hesitation with that language. And that's all I really had.
Yep. Great. Thank you, Janet. Senator Searway, question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Janet, on this immediate consumption, you know, the way the law we're trying to do is that they got to have a closed container and it's original, and you don't want them to drink and drive. So why would we even put immediate consumption in there?
I think that the idea was you didn't want to have somebody have a fridge full of all of these mixed drinks prepared weeks in advance and then just start selling them out. That was my understanding, at least with the preparing it on the day of sale. And normally mixed drinks have to be prepared for immediate consumption because an on-premises retailer can only allow you to consume them on the premises. So that would be immediately, not later. But why the immediate consumption should be in now may be something better to discuss with the Bureau.
Yeah.
Or
So maybe
Senator Lucchini.
ask Director.
Yep. So we'll try to get in Director Minio if you can unmute and.
I will. Good. Thank you. And thank you, Senator Serway, and thanks, Janet. And Larry, I will ask Larry Sanborn, my technical expert, as you all know, to chime in if it's okay with the committee.
Yeah, I'll bump him.
Okay, yeah, we'll get him there. I'll just kick this off and I'll let Larry add some texture to it.
So he will be added in, and sorry about that, Larry. I didn't see you on the list.
Okay. So let me just top line this, and then I'm going to ask Larry to add a little texture to it. When we talk about immediate consumption, one of the things we actually talked about is the flip side of it. We understand that in the practice of bartending and making a drink, a prepared cocktail for somebody, whether it's on the premise or to go, we also understand the fact that if it's a margarita, for example, something like that, we're okay. We think it would be fine and safe if cocktails like, say, margaritas were made in a larger batch during that day of service, and then a cocktail would be poured into a glass, a tamper-evident container, and then it goes. We don't expect something like that to be made individually each and every time. Now, I'm going to ask Larry to jump in, but that was really one of the things we talked about. But we also thought that this legislation should tie back into 28A 226. But I also understand there is sort of an uneasiness about the words or terms immediate consumption. We didn't intend for this to mean that somebody would get the drink from the bar, get in their vehicle certainly, and drink it. That's obviously not what we're looking for. That flies in the face of everything concerning public health and public safety. But Larry, can I ask you to chime in on that, please? If you're there, hopefully.
Yeah, Larry's in the meeting. If he can unmute.
Larry?
He's good.
Can you hear me now?
Yep.
The immediate consumption phrase came out of the notion that somebody might batch a concoction in an afternoon and not use the entire batch. And we felt it important to allow them to not have to throw it out, but be able to utilize it in their next business day. What we didn't want to see was a dozen 5-gallon buckets of pina colada stacked up in the refrigerator, which would be a manufacturing process, which the feds have a problem with, and we might have a problem with it also, trying to manage it. I think the term immediate comes, some of the background comes out of the federal statutes, and that's why we were using that immediate consumption term.
Great. Thank you, Larry. Senator Serway has a follow-up.
So is there a way that we could have some clarity to that, or maybe a different word or something that could make it so that people understand that it's not, I mean, to the regular layman, immediate means right now, you know? So I'm just thinking that we've got to try to figure out something a little different.
Yeah, I think we can work with Janet, and hold on just a second. So Janet first, and then we'll go to Rep.
Well, I just want to be clear, the bill doesn't say immediate consumption right now. What the bill says right now is that an approved cocktail is a beverage prepared by combining the different liquids on the day of sale. It doesn't require it to be for immediate consumption right now. So if you leave it the way it is, it's just, it has to be prepared on the day of sale to address the Bureau's concerns with making these huge vats and leaving them in the walk-in fridge for days and perhaps weeks on end, and not making them more per order or per batch for that day. If you add in immediate consumption, that's where the worry comes. Although I love the idea of trying to keep the statutes consistent, that I really, really do appreciate. And I'm not familiar with the federal law that was referenced. But I think if you leave it just for the way it's drafted at the moment, it just says prepared on the day of sale. There's no suggestion that it has to be immediately imbibed.
Right, and thank you, Janet. And I think that kind of covers what we're getting at, that you can't batch it and make huge amounts in
Right.
advance. You have to make it on the day and then it can be
Right.
sold. So I think as is, it may be good. Representative Cooper?
Thank you. Yeah, I don't quite understand the concern. You can walk into Hannaford and buy mixed drinks as much as you want. The daiquiris are all in a bottle. The margaritas are all in a bottle, and you can buy as many bottles as you want. So what's the concern? Is it the quantity? If that's the concern, well, then we can regulate the quantity that each customer can buy at a time. But it's not, it's really not when you consume it. That's up to the consumer, I think, and we shouldn't be regulating that. So that's my thought.
Right, and I agree with a lot of that kind of thought process, that what we're doing is allowing people to buy alcohol no different than they can at a store and take it home and consume it at home, which takes out the equation of driving completely. It seems like if you're going to consume it at home, you're not consuming it at a place and then driving home. And yeah, it seems to address that. Sorry, a little bit of an echo in here. Yeah. So we put in some of the Bureau's recommendations into this pink sheet. As Janet mentioned, it makes total sense to get rid of the phrase tasting room, as Director Minio outlined. However, I think we'll probably just have to finagle the language a little bit, just because we are about to delete all of those cross-references and change them. So we don't want to cross-reference a statute that doesn't exist anymore. But Janet is certainly an expert on drafting and can find a way to do that, which we'll have a way to look at in language review. One question I did have on the transportation of liquor part on Babla's testimony, asked the question of if this is any person or merely an employee of the licensed premises. And this says we understand it's a policy question as well. I kind of intentionally left that a little bit vague in case there are delivery service providers like Uber Eats or Grubhub that would be working with restaurants to deliver. I wanted to leave those options available. So that's kind of why I left that as is. Yeah. And I guess just as a point, I can kind of understand the Bureau's desire on the shorter time frame. However, I do respectfully disagree for a few reasons. If we are able to put that sunset date in 2022, it does ensure that the industry will be able to utilize this privilege during the summer season next year, which is huge for most restaurants in the state of Maine. If it expires in the spring and we aren't able to get like an emergency bill through or something of that matter, it wouldn't become law until 90 days after statutory adjournment, which would be probably September or October or something like that. And just by accident, we could almost take out next year's summer season as well. And I think it's been a tough summer for a lot of our restaurant owners and workers. And I'd hate to see them kind of inadvertently miss next summer as well. I will say that if we see a problem arising, we can very easily in January repeal the law and make it go faster. So that's an option that we do have. Yeah, so Director Minio?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. And I want to be clear on why we included this in our testimony. It is not our intention that we would expect the legislature to end this legislation, this statute, this privilege in the spring of 21, as we suggested. It would be our intention that it would be reviewed sooner. That's why we put down the dates of the spring of 21. And right now we have 3 months under our belt of learnings, of knowledge of what we're seeing going on in the marketplace. We feel like in spring of 21, we'll have had over 9 months. That's why we felt it was important then that it be reviewed at that point. That's the reason why we did that. We're not against the measure. We're supporting it, as you see. We just felt with 3 months under our belt of understanding this, and we really don't yet, We really don't understand it. We really have no idea of the enforcement ramifications of this. This is fast moving. We're trying to keep our hands wrapped around it. We're doing the best we can with the resources that we have. We thought an earlier intersection in time would be something that would be beneficial, at least to us as the regulator. We look at things through a different lens than everybody else. So respectfully, I get it. We may disagree on the dates, but we will be monitoring it, whether it's up for repeal in 21 or 22. That's up to you and the committee.
Yeah.
Thank you for letting me say
Yeah.
that.
Thank you, Director. And I think that we'll have the opportunity to review this in January, whoever's here in the legislature the next time, because there'll probably be bills on the topic. So I think that will come naturally, even if we leave that sunset date of 2022. I just don't want to inadvertently miss out on a summer season, was where I'm coming from. Representative McCrate and then Senator Searway.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I am itching to agree with Senator Lucchini. I think we're in a situation of great turmoil, and setting a sunset date would encourage more turmoil when we're trying to support the hospitality industry. I think if we wanted to review it, it could say have a review by the committee at whatever date, but I would certainly keep the date as it is, if not longer. Thank you.
Right. And by that, I think in January, we're going to have a whole pile of liquor bills that will do this. And also we'll get a report back from Bablo on their typical reports. And I think during that, they can also give us an update as it goes. Senator Searway.
I was just wondering if there's a way of wording it. So if there was a complication of, effect from your review, that this could be, and I was going to ask Janet if there's a way that we or even Director, if there's a way of wording it so that when you do the review in spring of 2021, that if it comes out that there's a safety concern, that this could be changed during the approval period or some sort. Because I just think that, this is new. This is something that we're not sure how people will react and how it will affect the danger of people on the roads, that sort of thing. And this is with public safety. I understand business, but we also have to look at public safety. And I don't want my daughter killed because of a drunk driver. And when it boosts the equation, that's not a good situation. So I just wanted to see if there's any way of wording it so that there is that safety measure.
So Senator, I think the safety measure is that the legislature can convene in January and pass a law to change the law. I mean, it's a law, so that would be our job.
A lot of time from a time when you have a situation happening.
So you want to give a department the authority to change a law. I mean, that's a separations of power type of issue.
Well, it wouldn't be changing the law if we already put a safety gap in. That's what I'm saying. You're already putting the law that way so that there is a safety measure. So you're not changing it.
Janet?
So there are a couple ways you could approach it. I think Senator Lucchini is proposing that the department already submits annual reports and could agree that updating you on the progress of this legislation could be part of that annual report. You may or may not be comfortable with just that agreement, and I don't know if they're willing to make it. They're here, they can say that. Another way to do it is you could explicitly state in this bill that pick a date in 2021, the Bureau would update the committee on whether there are any public safety concerns, and you would specifically state that the committee would have authority to report out legislation in response to that report. Again, that would be imposing a new reporting requirement, but that could certainly be made part of this bill. If it was a one-time report, it wouldn't even have to be put right in the statute. It could be unallocated law so that it's just clear that it's a one-time thing. You can't, however, even through a statute, direct the Bureau to suspend the operation of the law if it feels like there are safety concerns, because then it is the executive branch deciding whether the legislative law still exists. Other than in the state of emergency provisions of law, which we're under right now in the coronavirus era, it's not within the purview of the executive department to decide whether or not the legislatively passed laws should or should not be in effect. So you'd have to wait until, I think, 2021 if you wanted it to be a shorter time frame. You'd have to have some kind of reassurance that the legislature was coming back in that shorter time frame to respond to the report in some way.
Right. Thank you, Janet. And again, I think the Bureau will have the opportunity at their, when they do a report, and the Bureau also has the ability to pass a department bill if they wanted to change the law. But I think it's completely covered as written, in my view. We can't give an agency the ability to change the law. Director Minio.
Thank you, Senator Lucchini. Listening to this, I just want to say to the committee that you've heard us, and I appreciate that. As a regulator, we just need to say certain things because we are concerned about in the enforcement side of this. However, I want to say that we respect the committee, and we respect the will of the committee, and we respect and listen to the stakeholders who have had an opportunity to weigh in today. And I think Senator Lucchini makes a good point that we will have our opportunity next January, not only to give our report, our annual report, which is required by us to do that. Also, being the new legislature, we'll have our opportunity to do our orientation to the VLA committee. If you remember, we do that every 2 years. So I think in that report, and probably in the meantime, we'll be able to provide updates, information, concerns, issues, if you will. So while we feel strongly about reviewing this on a more regular basis, we also certainly understand and respect that maybe it should not be baked into the law right now. And we're happy to go ahead and and go with the will of the committee as far as that's concerned. But we hope that you'll listen to us, and I know you will when we come to you in a formal matter when we go ahead and report out to you anything that may have happened that we may think is a concern. And you'll be hearing about that, if not before, certainly by January of next year. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Director. And while we have you on, are you good with the change as described by Janet in response to the use of non-alcoholic, so that it says, basically an approved cocktail means a beverage prepared by combining liquor with liquor or other?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we are.
Thanks. And Janet, was that was in the bill, not in the pink amendment, is that correct? After
Yes, it's in the bill.
It's in the bill.
Okay.
So the yellow paper that you have
Gotcha.
on page 1, lines 27 and 28.
Great. Thanks. And in terms of the labeling requirements, I'm fine to leave that with Bablo's rulemaking as they've done with the memo on whatever needs to be on that label rather than spell it all out into statute. Just let them, I think they'll have more time to gain some public input than we would, meeting kind of on the fly here before
Yes.
a special session. So great. Representative Schneck.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I recommend, make a motion that we ought to pass as amended using the pink sheet.
Great. So there is a motion.
I'll second that.
Great. Motion ought to pass as amended by Representative Schneck and seconded by Representative Strom.
Can I
So
clarify the
just to be-
motion, please?
yep, just to be clear with Janet, let's go through the,
First, can I clarify, now that you have it, even though we don't have the final printed version posted on the web, you have the yellow paper in front of you. That's the actual LD text, the way it will look. I don't know if you meant this inherently, but I think it makes more sense to vote on the LD than the LR because it now has been referred to you by the secretary and the clerk. And
yes, I think in Representative Schneck said.
I'll amend the motion to the LD 2174.
okay, and then just the contents of the amendment. I'm sorry, I didn't hear it.
So I think it would have the technical fix where Janet, you would try to work out the cross-reference issues, eliminate the tasting room.
Yep.
Provision, and then try to clear that.
Yep.
Good, John.
That's fine with me.
And I think we cleared up the other stuff in the bill itself. So I think that's good if you're good.
That's fine. Is that okay with the second?
There was a second. Yeah.
Okay.
Janet, is there any other clarification you need on this?
No, was it Strom who seconded it? That was the only other thing. Okay, thank
Sorry,
you.
I didn't announce it. Sorry. Great. Any further discussion? Senator Searway.
I think this bill's great for the businesses and whatever, but I also have a concern for safety, and I just still feel uncomfortable about putting it for April 15th, 2022. I just think that, and I understand, for next summer, but I believe that it should be looked at some point before that. So I think that for public safety, and I think that it should be dealt with at that point. And that's what my concern is. And I know how long it takes for legislation, and it's not going to be something overnight if you have a real big concern. So I have to agree with what they had put for the sunset, to at least have it looked at, and then it can be continued. So if we could do that, I wouldn't have any problem. I just think that the sunset would at least have a review and then continue it to the 2022. I wouldn't have a problem with that.
Yeah, I disagree. I won't I won't vote for ending this bill in 2021. So I think it'd be bad for businesses. But that's my personal thought. So the motion before us is ought to pass as amended by Representative Schneck. It's been seconded by Representative Strom. Before we vote, if we have any remote participants who want to pop down to VLA so that you can cast your vote, we'll take a little pause to get everybody down here. And we can continue discussion if there is more discussion. Representative O'Connell and then Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Chairman. I understand the concern that there's probably going to be a vaccine available before that time frame, but we don't know that definitively. So in order to cover our bases for our businesses, I understand the safety issue, but it was also stated like you can go to Hannaford and buy whatever you want for booze, drink it on the way home, just as easily as going to a restaurant, doing the same thing. So I think it's a good idea for our businesses. They need all the help they can get right now. That's just my personal take.
Thanks. Representative McCrate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can't say it any better than that. I think this is supportive of businesses. I don't think there's any evidence that we have problems with it. I think if we should have problems with it, we have a mechanism to go back in if we need to. So I support the sunset as presented in the bill, and we'll vote for that. Thank you. I just think we don't need to make any changes. We can support it and do what we always do. If we are displeased with something, we can go back in and put forward a different law.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Seeing none, we've got all of our members that are present today in the room, so we'll proceed to a vote. So all those in favor of ought to pass as a, Senator Searway has another question, if you want. Yep.
Is there a possibility to put in a certain date that this should be reviewed? Just for us, public safety. I know they're gonna do that in January, but I just wanted to make sure that there's somewhere where there's a review process. I don't know.
I think
if that's in there.
I mean, in my view, the Bureau constantly reviews this
Yeah.
because they enforce it. I don't even know what the process of a review means, to be honest.
Yeah.
I think it's just inherent. Bablo does their job, and if they see a problem, they'll let us know, and then we can change the law. And I think that's the mechanism. The legislature will meet in January, and we can change the law if it's a problem.
Okay.
That's my thought. But, yeah. Any other discussion? Okay, seeing none, we'll proceed to a vote, and we'll just do it by a show of hands. And we've got Karen in here. So all those in favor of ought to pass as amended, please raise your hand. We've got 1, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. So that's 9. So it's unanimous of those present, 9-0. Great. Thanks, Director Minio and Greg Dougal and everybody else who participated on this call for that.
Thank you.
Great. So we'll take just another minute to get ready for our next work session. And we'll get everybody involved in that hearing. So we're going to get ready to begin LD 2145, an act to help veterans access jobs, education, healthcare, and housing, and provide general support to veterans. And so we have a number of participants. And Nick, I can bump up some of these, yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. I see we've got Director Richmond present here. We have a number of people from Bablo as well as Commissioner Head who've been willing to help us out during this process. Oh, did Karen leave? I've got all the signed confirmation letters. Thanks. Okay, so we'll pick up. We had a public hearing on this bill. It was the one that we had scheduled for the last day of session and got canceled. And so we did it last week or a couple weeks ago. Janet, do you have anything to go over to start, or do you want me to start?
Sure. So if you recall, LD 2145 is a somewhat lengthy concept draft. It has many different ideas that are set forth across 2 1/4 pages. I did prepare a bill analysis. I am not going to go through it unless you ask me to. I just want to show you sort of what the setup is of that. If you go through in the left-hand column, it lists each of the items of the concept draft. In the middle column, it tells you if there is any related current law or program of which I was aware that addresses a similar issue. As just an example, the first item in the concept draft said the bill would help veterans access jobs by requiring the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation to waive licensing fees for veterans. There is a related current law that gives that department discretion to waive examination and licensing fees for certain types of licensed professions. So it doesn't cover everything every kind of licensing fee for every veteran, but it is discretionary, and the bill would say make it a requirement. So that's the kind of example I give of a related current law program. And then the right-hand column, I talk about any sort of pending legislation or hearing testimony. As an example of that, if we move down, sorry, way down to one of the items in the concept draft was to help veterans access health care by continuing and improving the pilot program in Resolve 2017, Chapter 24. You may remember LD 835 was something that this committee voted out, and to, in fact, extend that pilot project. So that's the kind of information I give in the right-hand column. If it is from another committee, there's a bunch of tax bills mentioned in this bill analysis, just so you know where the tax provisions ended up. So that's the way that that is structured. If you want me to go through it, I am happy to do so, but I leave that to your discretion.
Yeah, I think, Janet, I don't think you need to go through each item. I know this was a massive concept draft that basically took a lot of recommendations from a lot of various commissions. And perhaps had we had been able to start the hearing in March, we would have had more time to deal with it. But obviously, given the pandemic, we haven't had the time. So I've kind of worked with the sponsor to prepare an amendment that really strips it down to just things that we feel that there's some pretty solid agreement on. And also, given the fiscal situation here in the state, it doesn't appear at least to have any fiscal cost, but it should help provide some, good benefits to veterans. I think it's about the quickest thing we could do on a short time frame. So I think that amendment is on this kind of tannish color sheet, and I think we put it out on the VLA website. And a special thanks to all the commissioners and directors and everybody who came out and offered us support and recommendations on whether or not these things were doable. The one change I would make or two changes actually, from the report would be on page 2, section A5. I had put in a kind of a report back from from Commissioner Head, and I think that still has I think we have some time that we need to take before we can make this recommendation to make sure that it's done equitably and broadly enough. So I would take out all of section A5. And as well as part E was talking about Representative McCrate's data collection provision. We did get a couple of great pieces of information from Deputy Director Young and from Director Richmond on some of that data. However, all the data is collected by federal, where this is, where we're dealing with federal programs. So it's not something that's readily available, but upon request, they were able to work and try to get it really quickly for us. And we'll distribute that to everybody else if you don't already have it. So essentially Jenna, do you want to walk through the amendment, or?
Sure.
If you're prepared?
If I'm
It's a much shorter, it's actually shorter than the bill analysis. So, because it was such a big bill.
Okay, so if you're watching from home, this is another document that is posted onto the VLA committee webpage. And it would be on white paper for you because it's electronic paper, but it is the kind of, I think we call this buff paper if you have the handout in front of you. So part A addresses all of the items that were listed under number 1 in the concept draft, which were about helping veterans access jobs. So here in section A1, this is the area of law that gives the director of the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation, I believe, but Commissioner Ann Head actually wears 2 hats, and that is her other job. So she could probably correct me if I'm wrong and knows this far better than I do. But right now, as I mentioned, as the example in the bill analysis, the director has discretionary authority here to waive examination fees and license fees for applicants who identify themselves as veterans with military service experience and training. This proposed Amendment to LD 2145 would put in law that it's a requirement to waive examination fees and license fees if you in fact are a veteran with military service experience and training. And then in the paragraph above, current law gives the director discretionary authority to review and determine on a case-by-case basis examination and license eligibility for applicants who self-identify as having military service experience and training. This amendment would make that a mandatory review and determination on a case-by-case basis, and then only if they actually have military service experience and training, not just if they self-identify that way, because it's mandatory. I believe the idea wasn't to rely on self-identification if you're going to make this a mandatory provision for both M and N. Section A2 of the proposed amendment amends Title 10, Section 8011, which is a section of Title 10 that deals with many different professional and occupational licenses in Maine, not every single one, but many of them, and a special program to assist veterans. And that program right now applies for individuals who fall within this definition of returning military veteran, which right now says a veteran of the Armed Forces of the United States who's been honorably discharged from active duty. The amendment clarifies that that honorably discharged includes not only an in fact honorable discharge, but also a general discharge under honorable conditions. So that's clarifying language in that statute. What happens with these individuals? Well, under current law, any board, commission, office, or agency that's within the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation or that is affiliated with that department, right now under current law, may permit such a returning military veteran or a spouse of such an individual or a spouse of an active duty service member, who has a comparable license in another state to acquire a license by endorsement. That's a reciprocal license. License by endorsement is the phrase used in statute for what you might think of as a reciprocal license in this state for the remainder of the term of their comparable license in the other state. So that's discretionary under current law. The bill would, through this amendment, would make that a mandatory license by reciprocity for the remainder of the term. It also has temporary license provisions. So under current law, it's discretionary also for these boards and commissions with respect to a returning military veteran or their spouse or the spouse of an active duty service member to allow them to obtain if they have a comparable license in another state, they could have a temporary license for the period of time necessary to get their main license for that same profession or occupation. The next part of this statute is acceptance of military credentials. I think the idea here is it's unclear under current law where it says that every board, commission, office, or agency has to permit the returning military veterans to recognize their military training experience. It's a little unclear in current law, and what the amendment does is it clarifies if you apply for a license within 2 years of being discharged from active duty, your military training and experience should be used to help you qualify for licensure and recognized to the extent that's possible. And then there isn't a change, but there is a provision in existing law about continuing education and allowing that to be waived while you're on active duty. Section A3 of the bill, I should probably back up and explain to you that professional and occupational licenses, I know a little bit about this because I was formerly the analyst for the LCRED committee, which doesn't exist anymore, but it used to cover a lot of professional licensing. And I also staffed a study that at least one member of this committee was on that dealt with licensing and veterans. And there are many, many different occupational and professional licenses under Maine statute. Many of them, but not all of them, are under the auspices of the Department of Professional and Financial Regulation. Some directly through that office, they're overseen. Others where the department works with a licensing board that's either directly considered within the department or is affiliated with the department. For example, the Board of Licensure in Medicine is affiliated with the department. It's not directly under the department. but that covers many, many professional and occupational licenses, but it does not cover all of them. There are some other ones. And so even though I've gone through the beginning parts of this amendment, which talk about waiving fees, those are Department of Professional and Financial Regulation types of licenses. This section 88 of Title 32 governs emergency medical services, and those are under the auspices of the Department of Public Safety. So they're not covered under the earlier provisions of this amendment. So what this amendment does in this area is it allows the board, which oversees emergency medical services personnel, to waive examination fees and license fees for veterans with military service experience training who are applying to be an emergency medical services person. Similarly, for private security guards, they're also under the Commissioner of Public Safety, and this provision allows the commissioner to waive the licensing fees if someone is applying to be a private security guard and is a veteran with military service experience and training. Section A5 is the part that Senator Lucchini said he is striking from this proposed amendment.
Great.
So I'm not going
Thank
to talk about it unless you ask me to.
Thank you, Janet. Maybe if it's okay, while we have Commissioner Head, and I apologize for making you kind of wait around for so long. Does this look okay where a lot of this falls under your world of licensing?
Okay. There is a lot of confusion if you're not directly involved in professional licensing. The differences between the Office of Professional and Occupational Regulation, those are professional licenses. There's usually a licensing board. There are some programs that I administer directly without a board. Those 37 programs are in one office. And as Janet mentioned, there are 6 affiliated licensing boards that are housed in another location. They have separate staff, and my only connection, other than having a good working relationship with each board, is through the budgeting process. So that's why they're called affiliated. I don't have any decision-making authority other than for the budget. One of the questions that I wanted to ask is this. Whenever there's a reference to the commissioner or the department, that does include 4 other agencies, and they each have veterans who apply for one of their licenses. So it's never been clear to me if a bill like this is intended to include the Bureau of Insurance, financial institutions, Consumer Credit Protection, or the Office of Securities. The intent may not be to cover those. They each have separate statutes, and some of them do reference special circumstances of returning veterans. So I just wanted to make it clear that I only have authority for certain of these programs, and I do the best I can to ensure that anyone coming through the process of licensing who has any reference to a military something, we then stop and go through the process of talking to that individual to see if there's something that we can do to speed them through the process. And that's usually to waive an exam fee. That's the area where we really can assist. But unless someone self-identifies as a returning veteran, we may not know if the person who ultimately receives a professional license actually used any military training. So the data gathering process is problematic for us. But since this bill does not cover that, at least at the moment, we continue to work on that, but it isn't complete. But I do appreciate the efforts of this committee to further solidify laws that cannot be changed in any way except by another legislature, to make sure that we do everything we possibly can to make it easier for military veterans to enter the workforce as professionals or as holders of occupational licenses. So thank you very much. I appreciate the attention to this matter.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thanks for all the work that you've done. I know over the years in various commissions to try to help veterans with licensing things. In speaking with Senator Carpenter and the staff that have been working on it, I think the intention of this was to just keep it under your jurisdiction for now, and not go broadly beyond that.
That's fine. I just wanted that to be clear.
Yep, and I think that's a bigger project for another day, which I think next legislature we can try to do a much broader type of thing, which was kind of the intention of that report back provision that I had initially had, but I think we're just not ready to go with that now. And
I will keep that in mind, though, if that it ever does come to fruition. I'll keep that on mind.
Great, thank you. So I guess, Janet, do you want to walk through part B? Essentially, I think this next part, we worked with the university system, and essentially just wanted to ensure that they have a liaison for veterans is the main part in part B, so that and this recommendation was kind of the recommended language by the University of Maine system that they thought would be okay, and I think we
Certainly. So this is placed within the statute right now that says that a veteran of the United States Armed Forces who's been honorably discharged and is enrolled at any campus of the UMaine system, Maine Community College system, or Maine Maritime Academy is eligible for in-state tuition rates. So that's existing law. What this first paragraph of the amendment does is it clarifies honorably discharged means both an honorable discharge or a general discharge under honorable conditions. And then in the paragraph below, the statute would require the Maine Maritime Academy, the UMaine system, and the Maine Community College system to have a military liaison to help enrolled and prospective students that are veterans who have an honorable discharge or general discharge under honorable conditions, to help them become enrolled students and work with them on all of the benefits that they might be eligible for. In addition here, to the extent space is available, the language also requires at each institution to have a space designated with at least one computer and internet access, where veterans who are students can gather together and help each other with studying, providing support to their peers, and then also receive assistance from that liaison that's been designated to assist them.
Great. Thank you, Janet. I think we have Sam Warren on. I don't know if I thought I saw her. Oh, hey, Sam.
Good afternoon, Senator. I am here.
Do you have any thoughts on this language? I think it was run by you by the staff.
Yeah, thank you, Senator. We have been very appreciative of the sponsors' constant communication with us about this bill over the past couple of months. And I know my counterpart from the community college system could not be here this afternoon, but we have both, she also represents Maine Maritime Academy. So collectively, the three public higher education systems feel comfortable with this language. As I think this committee knows, as required by the federal VA, each of our institutions already has a school certifying official at each institution to help veterans access their VA benefits. So we already have these individuals in place and are committed to continuing that as required by the VA. And we feel comfortable with the flexibility allowed in the language. As I think I shared with this committee in written testimony, I think 4 of our campuses, all of our campuses at the University of Maine system that have more than 35 student veterans do already have designated space, and we'll continue to look for other space for campuses as needed. So we are completely comfortable with this language because, again, we're already providing many of these services and supports.
Great. Thank you, Sam. And thanks to the university for always being willing to work with us on veterans issues. Did you, Senator Searway has a question.
Yeah, the question I had is, I see you came up with this language and you currently are doing it. So I'm wondering, is there already in language somewhere where it should just be amended? Are we putting the language somewhere else too and having two separate situations? I don't know if we should just amend whatever bill it was in. I don't know. The language, I mean.
So Director Richmond may be able to speak more informally about this than I can, but the requirement of the school certifying official is in federal VA and is required by the federal VA. And I'm not actually sure if it's in statute or if it's just in their policies that in order for your institution to have students who receive VA educational benefits, you have to have someone on campus who works with a state certifying official or the approving agency. So I think this would not, we would have the military liaison that would be put in place under this bill would likely be that same person. But I think it is certainly nice to have it in state statute that Maine is committed to having a point person for veterans at each of its institutions. So I don't believe it duplicates anything in state law. And I think it's just a slightly different twist on what the VA requires, but in practicality will be that same person. Does that make sense, Director Richmond? Do you think I explained that right?
I think you did, Sam. In addition to the school approving authorities and the certifying official, many of the universities also have other staff that are there to help with veteran services. So I don't think there's anything wrong with the way it's written, but I think you're right, Sam, that a lot of these duties will be picked up by folks that are already there.
Great. Thank you both for your input and help with the language. Any other questions on this piece? Janet, do you want to walk through part C?
One sec, I'm just writing that down.
Okay.
So the next part C addresses the Bridging Rental Assistance Program, which is housed within the Department of Health and Human Services. And this program assists individuals with serious mental illness by providing housing assistance to them for up to 24 months or until they receive a Section 8 voucher under the federal programs or some other alternative housing placement. I looked through the Bridging Rental Assistance Program information online, and some of that information is set forth in the bill analysis, but it's basically a transitional program while people with serious mental illness under certain main care criteria receive assistance in finding more permanent housing. And the amendment requires the Department of Health and Human Services to coordinate with the Director of Maine Bureau of Veteran Services to develop a method of identifying veterans who are homeless to help assist those individuals in receiving assistance under this Bridging Rental Assistance Program.
Great. Thank you, Janet. And we had heard from DHHS on this one in terms of the language, and they really want us to make sure we put the eligible in there, which we did. I don't know if any other panelists have anything they need to add on this one. I'm trying to look through the list. Or any questions from the committee?
Yeah, just to explain that eligible, that's this word here. So it has to be a veteran who is actually eligible for the program, because there are strict guidelines about the type of mental illness so that you meet certain criteria, I think, to help pay for the services, because bridging rental assistance is not just a housing service. It provides other types of services too, and I think they need to be covered.
Great. Any questions on that one? Senator Searway?
So, so would there be a fiscal note on this part of it?
The implication to us was that there wouldn't, but after we vote it and it gets processed, then we could see if there is. Because obviously anything with a fiscal note will be problematic.
Yeah.
Given the budget.
As I see it drafted, obviously it's going to be up to the fiscal office working with the department to make sure that there wouldn't be a fiscal note if that's your desire. But it's not requiring any expanded spots in the Bridging Rental Assistance Program. There are certain spots, however many there are, there's funding that exists and however much that funding is. But there may not be at this moment in time a specific directive to find homeless veterans who might qualify and give them some of those spots or direct them toward the spots. So I think that's what the amendment language does. It doesn't require creation of new spots or new funding, but just when you're administering this program, coordinate with the Bureau of Veteran Services and find homeless veterans in case they also could be eligible and should be getting some of those spots. I hope that made sense.
Great, thank you. And we'll see once it gets out there, if there is a fiscal note, then we'll have to do some changes. And part D is kind of the last part, and that really just bumps up the amount of money that a eligible veteran can get from the Emergency Temporary Assistance Fund, which this committee will remember we finally were able to get it capitalized in I think the last session with the help of this committee and Senator Farron and Representative Golden. It was, I think, the first time in 30 years that it actually got filled with money, and we put quite a bit in there to help out needy veterans. And given the pandemic, I think it makes sense to raise the number. Do you have any thoughts, Director Richmond, on that, or in some ways?
I don't have any specific. I'm not opposed to increasing the amount. I'm not sure if there was a. I haven't heard the sponsors' rationale in increasing it, and I would like to, but I don't have a specific objection to it, except to say that $2,000 has been, to my mind, about right so far. And we've been fortunate in administering the program because of the way the fiscal year has fallen that we haven't run out of money yet. But I can see a time in the future when that'll be a problem. But I don't think the increase would speed it up too much at this point.
And Director, it's been a while since I've looked through these statutes. Do you have rulemaking authority to give more than once, like, or, if a veteran comes in because I think as written, it's a one-time deal, right? But then didn't we give you some authority to be able to make some changes if it's a really hard situation?
There is, and it's once per year, except you're right that the director does have some waiver authority for extenuating circumstances.
Okay. Great.
And I'll also add that there's been some times where a veteran has needed more than $2,000. And we've found one good case in point is a case of an elderly couple, veteran and his wife, whose well dried up. And you can't get a well drilled for $2,000. But one of our vendors, the American Legion, was able to leverage their relationships with other posts in the area, and they did fundraising and agreements with a local well driller to go in and have a tree cleared out of the way and have the well drilled, coming up with all the extra money that they needed. And the $2,000 that the state provided was just a part of that. So we have run into some cases, and our partner organizations have found creative ways to make up the difference.
Great. Thank you, Director. Any questions from the committee on that? So I think that's basically the amendment. It would be those parts minus A5 and E. if people were good with that. But certainly any discussion now would be the time if there's any discussion or thoughts on this. Senator Searway?
I probably wouldn't put Part D in if he feels that we don't need it, and also that there's no reason to back up the increase. We don't really have any information about that. So I'd probably scratch that as well.
You say Part D?
Part D.
D. So.
D is in David.
Gotcha. No, it's hard to tell with masks.
I know.
And I mean, Director Richmond, I don't know, do you have any thought? I mean, is it, do you think it's better to give a little more leeway for amount? Because 2,000 isn't much in an emergency situation. I don't know.
I think that it's definitely something that we're going to have to look at as a state in the future. So far, we haven't run out of funding yet. And in my experience dealing with the two vendors, $2,000 has made an impact in somebody who's had an urgent situation they couldn't self-fund. So, you know, I don't object to raising it, but I don't find I think it's still a very valuable benefit right now at $2,000 per year per veteran. And there's been some cases where they've needed 500. So it's not always, you don't always make it all the way to the 2,000 just because it's there. It's entirely dependent on the veteran's need.
Any other discussion on that? People's thoughts on the dollar amount, if they have any strong opinions either way, or yeah. Representative McCray.
Yeah, I don't have strong feelings. It sounds like 2000's been successful, and with the creativity of using other resources, I okay either way, which is not real helpful.
Yeah. Yeah, and the waiver authority is what we wanted to give the director in case there was some really, I think that was kind of the more important thing to flex as needed. So, yeah. Sure, Representative Schneck.
Okay.
Representative Schneck.
All right, I'll make a motion, ought to pass as amended, deleting section A5, part D and part E on the buff sheets.
Okay, is there a second? Okay, motion of ought to pass as amended by Representative Schneck and seconded by Representative McCray. And the amendment is this yellowish color sheet. Cutting out A5, D, and E. Janet, do you need anything else for us on the amendment or drafting? Good. Okay, so we have a motion of ought to pass as amended. We'll take a quick little break while we get members assembled in the committee room. And then we'll proceed to a vote then. Okay, so we've got the full, actually. Okay, so we're all assembled, so we will proceed to a vote. The motion before us is ought to pass as amended. So all those in favor of ought to pass as amended, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that's unanimous, 9-0 of those present. And again, that's Representative Hickman, Representative Strom, Representative Schneck, Senator Lucchini, Senator Searway, Representative McCrate, Representative O'Connell, Representative Ackley, and Representative Cooper. Great, and thanks to everybody who was participating on this bill from every department. I know there's a lot of work put into it over the last few months, so appreciate it. Great, and Janet, I don't know if we had anything else, like a language review or anything, I can't remember. I think mostly the language reviews will come to us via email so that people know.
Right, there was one sent by email, but that's done for now. And as soon as I get more, I'll send them your way.
Great, thank you. Well, thanks everybody for coming in and sticking around today. We will adjourn.